2022. What a privilege for me to open this session and this forum. What a pleasure. We're going to be talking about cultural practices and policies on heritage and sustainable development. We're going to be discussing many issues related to cultural heritage of the world, preservation for the future. What an honor for me to introduce Dr. Saul Alcántara Onofre, who is the president of ICOMOS Mexico. He's at the Metropolitan University, and he is also a member of the Mexican Culture Seminar, representing that organization and this event, and he will be welcoming all of us. I would also like to introduce architect Gabriel Caballero. He's representing the organizing committee, and with myself, Guadalupe Cepeda, Vice President of Mexico ICOMOS, we are going to be chairing this session for all of you. Without further say, let me give the floor to Dr. Saul Alcántara Onofre. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you very much, friends. I greet you, all of you here at the stage with me. Thank you so much for being with us today. And Guadalupe Cepeda, Vice President, Mr. Martinez, representing the Mexico Cultural Commission of Mexico. Thank you so much. Because of technical issues, well, we are having virtual interpretation. So we're going to be holding other meetings to cover all the virtual aspect. On behalf of the President of the Board, Felipe Leal, and the National Council, I want to thank you for being here. This has to do with the 80th anniversary of our organization with the participation of so many important people. This was 80 years ago, participation of Frida Kahlo, Mario Azuela, and Petra Santa, among others. The seminar has to do with the creation, research, promotion, dissemination of cultural forms originated as of Mexican reality with cultural exchanges of the institution to look into the service of national culture. In this forum, the topic has the objective of looking into a novel issue, but also a very old issue. This has to do with sustainable development, and this has to do with heritage policies and sustainable development. We had never gone through times as we have right now, as we have those circumstances. And this is very important for us to take into account, for us to look into heritage policies. 1950, 2021, we've had a twofold increase, 4.2 billion people in 2050. We are going to have a twofold increase of the urban population. Most of the people will be living in urban centers. This is defined by people who live in big cities. And this has to do with the physical structure, the landscape, cultural heritage, and this is how we can continue. In the metropolitan area in Mexico, for instance, we have that heritage, and given the unsustainable development we have and consumption of urban soil use, this means that in 3 decades, we are going to be cutting the surface for each one of the people inhabiting planet Earth. This constitutes undesirable results. Cities are responsible for 2/3 and over 70% of the different uses. And this has to do with land use. Cities have become sometimes parasites of the landscape, and we have to fight for our survival in terms of unthinkable accomplishments. In the next 30 years, we hope that 2 billion people will be in the cities of the world. This will constitute exponential growth, which is unprecedented. In the Mexican Valley metropolitan area, we have the privilege, but we are also one of the most contaminated, 340,000 inhabitants. Now over 22 million, with 6 million people that are occupying cultural heritage spaces. Among the visitors, when they come, well, they can see the growth of the city and the over 100, 300 a days. Sometimes, well, we have to talk about pollution. Sometimes we have to prohibit the circulation of vehicles. However, rural migration continues, and it is a serious problem for services and public facilities. These factors mean Mexico City and other cities are unsustainable cities. We have to analyze how cities can plan their urban growth to protect cultural natural heritage. How can they be sustainable, offering opportunities without affecting the present and future generations? City is a complex matrix of cultural urban activities. Planning a sustainable city requires the broadest participation of citizens, heritage services, transportation policies, and the total impact on the landscape and broader territorial policies. A historic city generates authentic sustainability. For this to happen, we have to have the participation of many factors. We cannot have sustainable cities until we are safeguarding heritage, economy, and sociology to participate in urban development. We cannot separate all those factors from cultural factors. We just have to look at the landscape, at our heritage, and look at the quality of life of our citizens. This is a feedback process among all those factors for healthier, lively, and open cities. Sustainability means a better life based on memory, accessibility of good public spaces, recovery of cultural value, and the presence, exploitation of new urban technologies. New technologies of conservation may change reality in big cities. It is extremely important for natural heritage to be protected by urban growth. The concept of sustainability is also applied to environmental recovery projects. Most cities of the world have developed this industrialization process in recent decades. There are many people leaving the cities, so we have abandoned homes. We have the war conflicts as well. And sometimes cities are divided into two different segments. And this has to do with cultural issues, armed conflicts, and this has to be with the recovery of the cities to improve sustainability. Cities should be seen as cultural, ecological sites. This is our focus in our planning process and for the right exploitation of natural resources. This may be measured through the ecological footprint, and this has to do with city and everything in the city. The footprint has to do with places also for disposal of wastes, among other things. And we have an increase in consumption levels, but we also have waste increases, and this has to be seen as part of the dramatic effect this is having in our cities. Buildings highlight public spheres, urban spheres, and we explore those buildings. We explore everything in our cities, and this has to do with human beings, however, that are also affected. This has a crucial effect on our lives. Buildings are the framework for the lives of citizens, but they should also serve their needs. How to design those buildings to meet requirements. Urban life is ever changing. An industrial building may become a housing development, and modifications mean that cities, through those modifications, might have a better life. However, in spite of this flexibility in the use of cities, we have to look at classic uh, architecture. Harmony in this architecture is of the utmost importance. However, when society demands buildings to respond to changes, we should do research on different forms of providing those buildings and constructions. New ideas constitute new shapes, new forms, and this is something we should be doing through our institutions, schools, universities. Buildings without flexibility are not at par with social needs. Buildings should be responding to changing needs of society, and we should see how to adopt those buildings and how to change those buildings that are not meeting the requirements. In Mexico, we have many abandoned buildings. We could do some refurbishments for housing developments, and preservation of our architectural legacy constitutes many needs and objectives. According to the original tracing process, we have challenges to preserve essence of architecture. Buildings have been refurbished, redecorated, and this has to do with an organic optical process. History teaches us that we can modernize our buildings to respond to new needs, creating a dialogue between that which is old and that which is new. This constitutes, however, issues a contemporary construction works can also complement older constructions. And this has to do with old new buildings. This is a practice with a very honorable tradition in our cities through the contrast of different participations. This will always be sustainable. Conservation is obviously preferable to demolishing a building to be substituted by another building. However, we cannot innovate everything. We have to look at this importance of a new life through architectural works, turning our cities into new cities, novel cities. Finally, let me give Dolores Martinez and Mario the list of activities with Alejandra Fraustos, Pedro Rafael, and Diana Caraga of the Federal Cultural Ministry who have participated in these events. Very important events, part of UNESCO activities. And I want to thank them for their very active participation. We also have the participation of Mexico, Italy, Colombia, Brazil, Costa Rica, Argentina, the US, Singapore, Canada, Australia, Venezuela, Japan, Switzerland, the UK, among others. This is the document with recommendations. I want to deliver this to you personally. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Alcántara Onofre, President of the Mexican International Council of Monuments and Sites. Thank you for allowing us to understand paths for the future in terms of our urban centers. Let me now introduce Deputy Director General of Artistic Heritage, Dolores Martinez. We are honored to have her with us. She's representing the Culture Ministry of Mexico and the Culture Secretary Alejandra Frausto. And she has done studies at the National Autonomous University, and she is part of the Mexican Architecture Association. She works with Architecture and Conservation Unit of the National Fine Arts Institute. This is a very important part of our work, and she represents and she has received the results of 10 very hard work months for this results. Thank you so much. You have the floor, madam. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure to be here with you on behalf of the Culture Secretary Alejandra Frausto. I convey her greetings. I am so glad to see faces that I know, very dear friends, my colleagues, in all the fights for cultural heritage in Mexico. We have been fighting for this for so many years. And this has to do with ongoing reflection on cultural heritage. What an honor to be in this forum. Policies and practices of cultural heritage, the past, the present, and the future. What a pleasure to be here with you. I am just so happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. What a better place than this one, than this place for us to be making this very important reflection on everything that has been happening. Yes, well, we are sharing experiences and reflections among important academics of the country to discuss, contribute to different lines of action of cultural heritage. This is the decisive element for us to look into global issues related to human, social, environmental rights, economic rights, among the different ways of looking at those issues. We're going to be hearing about that with the participation of experts and specialists. I also coordinated another forum with the presence of Italy, Brazil, and Chile, where we exchanged analysis and experiences, some good experiences, other experiences with a lot of problems. It is fundamental for us to talk about new paradigms in terms of cultural heritage worldwide. This is the cross cutting axis with the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, recognizing this as the basis for peace and resilience of societies. According to the spirit of UNESCO, the need to increase inclusive, sustainable urbanization processes, as already said by the previous speaker, through planning and participatory activities to recognize, protect, and safeguard cultural heritage. Sometimes we see the negative environmental impact. We see that, and we have to be more responsible to study and to defend our environment. This situation to manage the natural and cultural heritage has the purpose of establishing social, environmental, cultural ties among rural, sub-rural, and urban zones and centers. Reflecting on these challenges constitutes a very important step. This is no simple task. And disseminating case studies and good practices is also very important. And this has to do with a lot of things we're going to be discussing here today. It's important to join efforts in research projects to study heritage of the 20th and 21st century. This is fundamental. If we don't know what we want to defend, we cannot defend anything. We have to know, to preserve, to conserve, and preserve for our generation and future generations. I coincide with the need of strengthening legal frameworks. And this has to do with conservation. This has to do with good practices and sustainability. We are very much aware of guidelines at the institutional level and the different scope they now have compared to other times. And this is done through projects that are inclusive, where citizens play a fundamental role. Society has to use cultural heritage. Without society, we cannot defend anything, we cannot safeguard anything. This has to do with the participation of very important specialists and experts, conservation, disseminating information on cultural heritage needs everyone's participation, government levels, the academy, experts, architect, engineer associations, but consultants as well as the presence of civil society. They are the ones that should turn cultural heritage into their own. Immediacy of connectivity has made it easier for us to share cultural knowledge. This has given way to greater awareness on preservation of cultural heritage. We need more regulations, we need more elements for those regulations. However, we should recognize new forms, give us many tools through which we can reflect on how to do things in the future for the comprehensive integration of our cultural heritage. We know that cultural heritage constitutes perspectives for social development and also for economic and political development of each nation. Therefore, we cannot postpone new models of governance. We have to be sensitized and very much aware about the importance of this heritage and patrimony. This is of the utmost importance. We should be betting on new generations as heritage guardians. They constitute new ways of participation of civil society to improve strategies vis-a-vis permanent challenges we face through participation, more dialogue, and strengthening legal frameworks of cooperation at the national and international levels to create novel perspectives for protection and conservation of our patrimony. Thank you so much. I wish you great success. I'm sure this is going to be part of major efforts for the preservation of cultural heritage in our country. I want to congratulate the organizers. I want to thank you. Congratulations, colleagues. And here we are to participate, ready to participate. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dolores Martinez Orralde, thank you for your wonderful message on behalf of the Culture Secretary Alejandra Frausto. It's important to tell you before we continue with the next presentations that we have simultaneous interpretation through the Zoom platform. You can use your mobile phones and your headsets for that. Now we are going to have Gabriel Caballero, who is a fundamental part of this organizing committee of Mondia Cult activities. He is a focal point of the committee of sustainable development and also development of SDGs. And he will now make his presentation and he will introduce other speakers. Please, you have the floor. Thank you.
So for people who did not have that for English, so I will repeat it in English. So we have the opportunity to have an English translation via Zoom. So if you are wanting to have an English conversation, we will, for those people who are here, raise your hand and someone will come to you and give you the Zoom link. And then we will be able to converse with you in English or in Spanish as you prefer in Zoom. Allow me to introduce the next speaker, and I'm very happy that he's here. Our Secretary General, Mario Santana, is here on the floor, and I'll just give a little bit of introduction. Mario Santana is a civil environmental engineer professor, cross-appointed with the Azrieli School of Architecture and Urbanism at Carleton University. He's the director of the NSERC CREATE Program Heritage Engineering and Carleton Immersive Media School Lab, CIMS, faculty member. Besides his academic work in Canada, he is a guest professor at the Raymond Lemaire International Center for Conservation at the University of Leuven. And along with his academic activities, he serves as Secretary General of the International Council of Monuments and Sites, or ICOMOS. He's one of the ICOMOS Scientific Committee on Heritage Documentation presidents, and he has collaborated in several international projects in heritage documentation for the Getty Conservation Institute, UNESCO, among others. And in recent years, he was a Getty Scholar. He was awarded the doctorate honoris causa from the University of Liege in Belgium, and he's a member of the Association of Preservation Technology College of Fellows. Please give a round of applause to Mario Santana.
Thank you so much, Gabriel, for that really nice presentation and introduction to my lecture. So si me pueden poner las diapositivas, por favor.
My slides, please. Very well. Good morning, everyone. I will speak Spanish. Normally, I make my presentation in English, I am from Venezuela. You hear my accent. I want to thank the seminar and the Ministry of Culture of Mexico. Thank you so much for inviting me. And the National Committee as well. Thank you so much. I've just heard a presentation that I think fills the expectations of this platform we want to create with this session we are holding today. Maria Dolores, thank you so much for representing the Culture Ministry of Mexico. I want to thank all of you for hearing my words. You are going to hear about ICOMOS. Let me make a general introduction of the organization. What do we do at the ICOMOS organization, the International Council of Monuments and Sites? ICOMOS has been there for over 50 years. It was founded by a group of young people, very passionate people. They were passionate about culture. I was 25 years old. I think of them when I was 25 years old. And obviously, we wanted to be part of ICOMOS. This is what we wanted to do. Yes, next. The ICOMOS organization, well, you see, it has to do with preserving cultural heritage at all levels. It is an organization of World Heritage Convention. Our secretariat is based in Paris. We develop theories and practices and good examples for heritage conservation. We have a day for monuments and sites every April 18th. Our membership is throughout the world. And here you see that we have major representation in many countries. This is where we have more membership. We have some deficiencies in some continents. The African continent, for instance, we're very well represented in the American continent. I think that since it was founded in Europe, we have long trajectory to include people from other areas of the world within conservation activities. Sorry. Very well. This is a reality of all international organizations. This hybrid method we're now using, but it allows us to have more scope for people who didn't have the resources to be here in Mexico City. I think this is one of the major messages of this pandemic, COVID-19. We should be a more inclusive organization. We have to use technology. I'm a technology person, and I think technology should help us offer more services to people. Technologies have to be inclusive. Next, within the list I want to show you, we have different chapters and guides and principles we've developed throughout the ICOMOS history. The values of ICOMOS are many. The most important ones, having social cultural diversity, being impartial. As a professional organization, we are working with NGOs. We have a north, south, east, west exchanges, or northwest, east, and south. And we are an inclusive, we are including professionals, Young people free access to information is also one of our principles. And those are principles developed by our institution, and they're part of this platform. And as part of the doctrines of ICOMOS, we have ethical principles, chapters, principles, guides, and resolutions, and other documents of reports and manuals and handbooks that we do through the different work groups. We have the Venice Charter. I always ask my students when I teach, who hasn't seen the Venice Charter, which is an echo of preservation principles throughout many generations. I live in Canada, and the Venice Charter is of the greatest impact in our times. Or the authenticity document that established canons and principles for world heritage, universal values within the convention right now. Ethical principles are very important. They rule our organization, an inclusive organization, offering opportunities to different agents participating, conservation professional, academicians, people in private or government institutions. They hold a dialogue, they exchange ideas on conservation. As part of the principles or guidelines, we have different ones. I'm not reading all of them. Some are very much in existence. Military heritage, for instance, or patrimony, and we have different doctrines that are now being reviewed in our very complex organization. If you have any questions on how those charters are generated, I am more than willing to explain it to you. Thank you. Next. And we also have scientific committees, national committees in Mexico, Canada, and many other countries. We have scientific committees where we hold a dialogue on cultural heritage. I was a president of the documentation committee, which is a committee where we discuss documentation and the role within conservation. We have many other committees and representatives of those committees. Many of those representatives are with us today. The role of the institution is a consultative role. It gives advice to different committees. Sometimes we give good advice, sometimes advice is not accepted. ICOMOS has that major role, fostering cultural patrimony, preservation, cultural heritage. We are one of the organizations working on monuments and sites to recognize those important sites. But we also do monitoring work of sites that are already in the list, and we are adding new sites to that list. We work in the evaluation of the heritage characteristics. We do reactive monitoring of endangered sites. We work in assistance and the framework of world heritage. We do special studies with other organizations on different principles of the convention, and we have counseling services for countries that are interested in protecting cultural heritage or sites. And we have the scientific cultural committees. We have horizontal structure through the work groups, through the steering council. In them, we have different topics of great importance. That's what they discuss. Gabriel will be speaking to you. He will be speaking about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the role of culture. This has been very active work to include culture in the 2030 Agenda of the United Nations. for us to implement those SDGs. This has already been mentioned here. As part of this work group, recently we published a report on the different goals and how this heritage may contribute to the accomplishment of the SDGs. It's in our website. You can download it. This is the work group. These are the different groups. This is a new working group and initiatives. This is part of the patrimony of the heritage organizations to be more inclusive and having more enabling conditions to develop and recommend relevant tools and guidelines in conserving heritage sites. This is the working group, and this is working on recovery and reconstruction. They work in endangered sites. This working group is now very active, especially with what is happening in the Ukraine and other parts of the world. We have published 2 case studies, 2 volumes, analysis of case studies in recovery and reconstruction. I invite you to look at it. This is 2020. It's quite an interesting publication with recommendations and case studies on recovery and reconstruction. As you can see, places that have reconstruction because of armed conflicts, for instance. We have the Indigenous Heritage Working Group. We've just accepted guidelines. This is led by Canada. I'm part of that. We try to give a voice to Indigenous communities who have sometimes never participated in conservation activities. It's quite an objective group, and there's a lot of work to be done in Indigenous heritage. We have the climate change working group. We are going to be holding a meeting within the Mondical framework. ICOMOS is the secretariat for the Climate Change Network and the Heritage Network, of course. And we are going to be participating in this Climate Change Committee. We do a lot of work, and we have published this report, Future of Our Pasts report, Engaging Cultural Heritage in Climate Action. This has to do with different climate action activities, conservation, preservation, and how we can mitigate climate change impact. And we have our working group of professionals to create opportunities for professionals that are just beginning or that are in the middle of their profession so that they can participate in this great work, this great network of heritage preservation. This was created in 2016, established in 2017. 9 resolutions were passed at the 19th ICOMOS General Assembly. International and regional teleconferences are organized at the EPWG. I participate in this group. I'm one of the professionals, yes, but we want to have many more professionals participating. We have many other important activities. We have the University Forum, the Culture Nature Journey, Heritage at Risk, which is a publication done by ICOMOS Germany, Guidance on Impact Assessments for World Heritage Properties. And we also have a new scientific committee on water and heritage and industrial heritage. And we have the EcoFort guidelines on fortifications and related heritage. Right now, we're doing a revision, update of the Sustainable Cultural Tourism Charter and recording principles. This is what we're working on right now. And heritage alerts. Well, we want to use the expertise of the members of the ICOMOS Scientific Committee and relevant ICOMOS national committees to assess the significance of and threats to a property indicated to be at risk. We've had the participation in India, for instance. In India were able to recover a major site. I invite all of you at the national level to look into this heritage alerts chapter, and we have to include new sites in the list that are not already there. Now, recently we published this impact of COVID-19 on heritage report. It talks about the pandemic, different areas. This was done in 2 years' time, and we had the participation of various national, international organizations. We divided this publication into 7 different chapters. I invite you to look at it, and ICOMOS offers platforms to collaborate in climate emergency. It offers synergies between local, national, and international organizations working on conservation of cultural heritage. That's what we do. And ICOMOS offers and makes heritage conservation more inclusive. This is of the utmost importance. And we also offer professional opportunities for emerging countries. I thus conclude my presentation, inviting you to be with us. And I invite you to come to our General Assembly, Sydney, Australia. GA 2023. Well, we're offering scholarships and grants. You can apply for them. This will be a very interesting event. Unfortunately, I conclude my period in the steering committee in 2023, but I am inviting you to participate. Many potential candidates may participate. Please apply for that. We need to have a more inclusive organization of people from Mexico and different developing countries. We don't have much representation of those countries, and this is of the utmost importance. So I invite you to participate. Thank you so much. Yes, and I will be quite attentive to the following presentations. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much for explaining the extensive work of ICOMOS in various regions. And of course, as you've seen, we work on the Sustainable Development Goals, climate change, and of course, emerging professionals are also one of our important goals. The next speaker will be a friend and colleague. She's here with us, Francesca Giliberto from the University of Leeds. Dr. Francesca Giliberto is a research fellow at the Praxis University of Leeds, where she authored the report on heritage for global challenges and organized the conference for heritage and our sustainable future. Research, practice, and policy impacts on climate change. Hold on. In collaboration with the UK National Commission for UNESCO. She has also carried out the comparative and interdisciplinary research on professional projects for public and private actors on cultural heritage and sustainable development. Hold on, sorry. As well as an urban heritage conservation and management in the framework of the UNESCO's Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation and the United Nations Agenda 2030 and the 2015 UNESCO Policy on World Heritage and Sustainable Development. She's also one of the main authors of the ICOMOS policy guidance on sustainable development goals. And I'm very happy that she's here to share with us her project on heritage and sustainable development. Thank you very much. Here's the floor for Francesca.
Okay, hello everybody. Can you hear me well? I hope so. I also have a PowerPoint presentation to share. I'm looking at the IT team. Yes, fantastic. So good morning, everybody. Buenos dias a todos. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for the wonderful introduction. It's such a pleasure for me to be here today at this fantastic event. So as Gabriel said, I have different hats. So today I'm going to talk with my hat as a researcher at the University of Leeds, where I work on the research project called Praxis, Arts and Humanities for Global Development. So what I would like to do today is to share some findings from the Praxis project, and in particular of the conference Heritage and Our Sustainable Future that I organized last year in February, March 2021 in partnership with the UK National Commission for Unesco. Siguiente. So, but before, I would like to share a little bit about the Praxis project. So what is Praxis? Praxis is a research project in the Faculty of Arts, Humanities and Culture at the University of Leeds. And it aims to consolidate learning across more than 300 research projects that were funded through the Global Challenges Research Fund and the Newton Fund, which are two funds that were promoted by the UK government in order to support cutting-edge international research focused on the least developed and low and middle income countries from all across the globe. So these funds are part of the UK's official development assistance commitment and required a collaboration between UK university and research institutions with global partners from with overseas partner, in particular in the global south. And also another requirement was, of course, to support inclusive sustainable development in different worldwide regions. So Praxis is a research project, but is also a platform to connect different researchers, academics, policymakers, and practitioners, and to amplify the impacts that this project were able to generate, and to champion the distinctive contribution that arts and humanities research can make to tackle urgent developmental challenges. At Praxis, what we have been trying to do is to work with individual projects to extract the learning and development impact that they are having, and also to scale that up into something that can be used more globally and that can really have an impact on the ground. Siguiente. So Praxis focuses on 4 different thematic strands: one on heritage, which is the one that I lead, one on conflict and displacement, one on COVID-19, and one on youth engagement. So according to these 4 themes, we have grouped the more than 300 research projects we are working on according to these thematic clusters, and we have developed a series of activities according to each of these strengths. And we have organized small and large events under those thematic areas to draw out learning and creating synergies that can create a measured policy impact. And this has meant also work with different kind of external partners, such as governmental departments, NGOs, international organizations, and charities, so that we can bring arts and humanities research to bear on practical, concrete problems on the ground and make a real difference. Slide, sorry, siguiente. So here you can see some of the activities, the main activities that we have organized as part of the heritage trends at Praxis. So we began with the organization of an international workshop on heritage for global challenges in West Bekaa in Lebanon. Then I wrote a research report on heritage for global challenges mentioned by Gabriel before, which present the results of qualitative and quantitative analysis that I carried out on 87 of these projects implemented in 42 different countries. And the report is publicly available on Praxis website. So if you're interested, I invite you to download it and to have a look. And it also share how heritage research was really able to support all the SDGs, and also to present some recommendations on how to move forward. Then more lately, so after the publication of the research report on heritage for global challenges, we have organized a global online conference with the UK National Commission for Unesco titled Heritage and Our Sustainable Future, Research, Practice, Policy and Impact. So the main goal was to bring academics and practitioners together in order to discuss how we can move forward in relation to heritage and the SDGs. And I will talk about that in the second part of my presentation. More lately, we have been working on a new strand on heritage and climate change, and also disasters. And we have organized a series of webinars with the UK Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport on heritage, climate change and human rights. We have also collaborated with the Climate Heritage Network and the British Council on the Arts, Culture and Heritage programming from the Resilience Hub at COP26. And now we are working toward organizing new events for COP27. And finally, we are about to publish a report on cultural heritage, climate change, and disaster that should be released next month, so stay tuned. With all these activities, we have been able to generate some impact for heritage research, policy, and practice. So the main goal is really to not to conduct a research that we say in academia, but to produce research that can have really a practical impact on the ground. So we have increased awareness on the importance of heritage and heritage research for global challenges and international development. We have supported the creation of networks and exchanges between academics, practitioners, and policymakers. And finally, we provided evidence with our research findings that can inform policymaking. And some of our work has already been used by several international and national organizations to shape current funding programs and also cultural programs. Siguiente. So, well, now I would like to start with presenting some findings from the conference that I organized with UNESCO, with the UK National Commission for UNESCO last year. So what was the aim of the conference? So the conference explored how to best apply cultural heritage research to drive forward the SDGs, particularly in countries eligible of official development assistance. The conference brought together a diverse range of cultural heritage and sustainable development contributors, including, again, policymakers, practitioners, and researchers, but also non-governmental organizations, museums, private sector representatives, students, and other stakeholders from across the globe. There were 60 panelists, over 1,500 registrations, and 10 days of thematic discussions spanning from cultural heritage, from climate change, mental health and well-being, disaster response, capacity building, people-centered approaches, and impact evaluation. Some ICOMOS members were also part of the speakers at that conference, and I would like to thank them again for having had an active part on that conference. And so building on previous work in the field of heritage and the SDGs, this conference constituted a milestone in our understanding of heritage itself and of heritage processes and practices, as well as their contribution to the SDGs. Conference contributions cover different heritage aspects: the tangible and the intangible, the fixed and the movable, the physical and the virtual, the natural and the cultural, the formal and the informal, the official and the unofficial. So after the conference, we transformed the key insight, issues, and challenges from each of the 10 thematic conference sessions into a specific policy brief. So we produce one policy brief for each thematic session of the conference, which provide recommendations for research, policy, and practice, as well as concrete case studies. All the policy briefs are available on both Praxis and UKNC for UNESCO website. So again, if you're interested, I strongly recommend to download them, and I'm happy to share more information about them with you afterward if you're interested in. Siguiente. So, of course, during the conference, we really were able to discuss several things and to produce a lot of discussions and insight in relation to these 10 thematic events. What I would like to do today is to really highlight 4 key issues that emerged from the conference on how to move forward, particularly that can be particularly useful for heritage practitioners. So the first one is to recognize heritage relevance to all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. My work at Praxis and also as co-author of the ICOMOS policy guidance on heritage and the SDGs demonstrate heritage relevance to all the SDGs, and not only to SDGs 11.4, which is the one focusing on heritage protection, or a few others SDGs that you can find across, and targets that you can find across the 17 of them. However, there is still a lack of awareness among heritage practitioners on how heritage can actually contribute to all of them. Heritage is more than an element to be protected, even if it's a fundamental part of sustainable development. but is also an enabler and a driver of sustainable development. And this part sometimes is overlooked also by heritage practitioners. Siguiente. The second point that was also mentioned before is the fact that local communities, especially the most marginalized and indigenous people as well, are often excluded from heritage conversations and actions. In particular, the SDGs framework and current approaches in heritage research, policy, and practice do not fully embrace the challenges related to the past and present colonial systems of power, and heritage narratives and processes have often been defined and implemented in ways that are exclusionary, colonizing, and sometimes contested. It is fundamental to acknowledge that there is no universal or right model to pursue, and that more meaningful people-centered approaches are required to reduce inequality and embrace diversity. So there is still a need to place people at the center of heritage and development conversations. Cultural heritage can constitute a powerful tool to foster dialogue, inclusion, and implementation of people-centered approaches. Heritage, including shared values and memories, can support human connection, solidarity, and resilience. However, if it's not adequately recognized and managed, it can also perpetuate injustice, conflict, and colonialism. So therefore, my recommendation is to use multiple forms of heritage, tangible and intangible, cultural and natural, to reconceptualize and communicate our past, tradition, and difficult memories, particularly those of colonized countries and communities, in more equitable and meaningful ways, and to transmit them to younger generations. Siguiente. And here is the direct connection to my third point. So we need to diversify heritage narratives. Heritage comprises a plurality of narratives and values, all of which need to be recognized in heritage interpretation, conservation, and management. There is often a conflicting tension between dominant and official heritage narratives, including, but not only, the definition of outstanding universal value for World Heritage properties and UNESCO nominations, and those of minority voices and communities, which are often underrepresented, ignored, or even silenced. In order to promote meaningful people-centered approaches, it is important to recognize and interpret multiple and inclusive heritage narratives, particularly those defined by communities that have been marginalized, and the implementation of more participatory heritage management and development frameworks. Particular attention needs to be paid to the co-production of heritage narratives, including UNESCO nominations, with both local communities and authorities to provide more inclusive heritage interpretations and to support the transmission of underrepresented and non-official stories. Siguiente. And my final point is related to the need to break silos and bridge barriers and develop more holistic frameworks in the development of heritage policies and practices, particularly those aiming at fostering a sustainable development. Despite some successful examples, heritage policies and practice are still very sectorial and conducted by actors, departments, and institutions that too often don't communicate between each other. So it's important to break these silos and bridge those barriers between different kinds of heritage, for example, between tangible and intangible, but also for the natural and cultural heritage, which are inseparable and interdependent. And of course, barriers need to be bridged between the actors working with different kind of heritage and different kind of development sectors. This division is artificial and counterproductive for promoting sustainable development. It is a disconnected approach, common in many countries, that has often resulted, for example, in separated policies for natural and cultural heritage, of course, their protection, conservation, and management, but also across different governmental departments, institutions, and actors. So to conclude, I would like to encourage our participants today to promote more collaboration, exchange, and cross-sectoral efforts, both at local, national, and international level, and between heritage and non-heritage institutions, universities, organizations, and other actors with very different sectoral and disciplinary background. And this is important not only to protect our heritage, but also to effectively use it as an enabler and a driver of sustainable development. Siguiente. And thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias. Francesca Gilberto nos ha
Thank
presentado.
you so much. Francesca Giliberto has presented challenges we have to face today for heritage to be conveyed in a comprehensive, very authentic manner. We close this first part. A big hand for them. We are going to restart this forum with the second part. Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone, our General Secretary of ICOMOS International. We want to thank you, Francesca, Gilberto, everyone participating, such special guests. Thank you so much for participating with us. And Dolores, thank you for coming to represent the Culture Secretary of Mexico, Alejandra Frausto. Thank you so much, everyone, for being with us in this session. Now we're going to give the opportunity for our next panelists to come to the stage. And we invite Jordi, Dr. Jordi Pascual, coordinator that will be coming here, and we want to invite Brett and Nicole Divier and Olga Oribe and Fernando Chicapa and Yolosochi Lucy. They're with us in the second part of this first session of this forum. They will be presenting their work, and Brittany Colville as well. Let me give the floor to Mr. Caballero, Gabriel Caballero, to introduce our panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
So I will introduce the next speaker, which is Jordi Pascual, and we're also very happy that he's here. The UCLG, or the United Cities and Local Governments, had a partnership with ICOMOS last year, and we celebrate that partnership here as well. Jordi Pascual is the coordinator for the Culture Committee of the Organization of United Cities and Local Governments, or UCLG, and he's one of the promoters of the global campaign of the Culture 2030 goal, www.culture2030go.net. One of the role of cultural issues of the 2030 Agenda and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. He has written books, articles, and reports on cultural rights, international cultural relations, governance of culture, and the role of culture in sustainability, translated into more than 20 languages. He has been a member of the jury of the European's Capital of Culture in 2009, 2010, 11, and 2016. And Jordi has a doctorate from the University of Girona with a thesis on cultural rights and sustainable development, and is a professor on cultural policies at the Open University of Catalonia. Jordi, thank you very much for coming.
Muchas gracias, Gabe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this generous introductory remarks presenting me. I want to thank ICOMOS for allowing us to be here today in these working days. I speak on behalf of the United Local Governments. The acronym is CGLU. CGLU in English, whatever it sounds like a commercial trademark. But this is the world municipal movement of cities and local governments and other local governments that are not cities, states, provinces, counties, villages, small towns. We are a relatively new organization, 18 years of history, 2004, since 2004. However, This organization has a world municipal movement over 1 century ago. That's when I was created. The engine, the main message is local democracy, local participation, people living in a municipal territory through democratic institutions is a fundamental element for cities and for development to be possible, a fundamental element for human beings to coexist. Since 2004, this organization, CGLU, has definite responsibilities, and this is the agenda we approved, the culture agenda for the 21st century. We are promoting culture as a fundamental basis for sustainable development. And this is something we're working on because we're fully convinced that cultural policies of local governments, values and cultural practices of people are fundamental for local development, and cultural heritage with its different material and immaterial aspects has to do with human creativity. This is a fundamental resource to build identities of people and communities. There are many aspects that are part of cultural heritage, knowledge, and memory. They belong to the nucleus of human activity and dignity. Respecting them, preserving them, needs policies based and centered on people. The previous panel said this very clearly. We have to put human beings right at the center of all this. And this is the way we see it as well. We recognize that cultural heritage is alive. It is quite diverse. And Francesca said it very clearly in her presentation a few minutes ago. I participated in the work you mentioned in Praxis last spring. This was wonderful doing this work, spectacular results. And I congratulate all of you for the work you've done through the Praxis project, Francesca. Well, heritage is quite a diverse with the interaction of other we have, for instance, social issues, and we have to say that working with culture, especially cultural life as a human right, a basic human right, and this is Article 17 of the Human Rights Declaration. This makes it mandatory for us in culture to relate this right with other human rights. The logic of this interrelationship and interdependence and the universality of rights, all this means we have to pay attention to what the right to housing, the right to education, the right to healthcare. What are those rights about? Well, in recent years, the cultural sector has built a silo, a castle, and the logic we have today is for us to do away with silos. We're working with humans. We have to be strong in silos. We have to develop sectorial policies, but we have to open the silos. We have to have an interrelationship with all the different stakeholders and groups. So Mario has mentioned the 2030 agenda. Francesca mentioned it as well. And this is very important. The 2030 agenda, it has not given cultural heritage the place it deserved. We have to talk about heritage. This is an SDGs, but we have to double efforts for us to ensure world cultural heritage. We should emphasize efforts within the framework of SDG 11 that has to do with human settlements, safe, resilient human settlements. And we published a document in 2018 taking the 17 SDGs, relating them to cultural issues. I must tell you and recognize that the work of ICOMOS And Mario has already mentioned part of this work. Everything is so useful in this relationship between culture and other elements and heritage. These are the most important reference documents that have already been mentioned. Some considerations for this, heritage and culture. We have different spheres of action of the governments. One of the main factors is for heritage activities and how it contributes to economic development. We have immaterial, material heritage, tangible, intangible, and how those conditions attract tourism, for instance, and how they are sources of income and generation of revenues and income. And we also have synergies between creative ecosystems among those ecosystems. However, impact of cultural heritage on the economy should be periodically analyzed. How is it originated? What about the economic impact, the participation of women, of disenfranchised sectors, of marginalized sectors? It's also necessary for us to look at negative impact on cultural heritage in terms of desertification and other natural disasters. Sometimes we don't realize how heritage is accompanied by public housing projects and also accompanied by community development projects. So our projects should explicitly recognize a category we have started working on, which is cultural impact assessment and evaluation, to look at the impact of major works in heritage and culture. Now, in terms of social inclusion, well, we have to base our cultural heritage, we have to base that on recognizing there are many valid interpretations and legacies and relevance for the present and the future. We think more heritage and memory in plural, but we have individual patrimonies, heritages, and cultures. We have to emphasize this plurality, however, although we do have individual elements to take into account. I'm about to finish. Let me also talk about the need to have participatory approaches, including civil society, and for us to have the members of a community to have their engagement, their participation. We have to have the right training to develop those participatory skills for people to participate, for the collective to participate. And in terms of governance, we think it's important, well, this has been done in writing, well, to recognize, to prevent, to warn people about the freezing of cultural heritage in the past. Then cultural entities were taken out of their right context, and this is something we should be stopping. We should have clear objectives for this not to happen. We're honored to have collaboration of our organization, and we've been working with other institutions. We have the ICOMOS participation in this World Congress in Korea. And in terms of the memorandum, we have a campaign. And this is a very important, basic, fundamental point. Secretary General, she's with us. I want to greet your presence, part of this campaign, a very important part. And I also want to recognize work done by our colleagues within this framework, the framework of this campaign, Andrew, and others that are participating. Andrew is now coordinating Plant Heritage Network. Thank you so much. You are here with us today, and we are also part of this network. We think this is a great initiative. We should really support it because the climate change emergency affects the entire world, and local cities, municipalities are suffering terrible impact of climate change. Tomorrow, 2 to 5 p.m., we're going to be presenting the project. We think it's high time for the international community to hold a debate on this objective, this reality of this SDG, the theoretical structure, and the participation of stakeholders that are engaged. The British Council delegation is here with us. I greet you. Thank you for being with us. You've been contributing in such an important manner in all our work. Thank you so much. We have very clear guidelines on this, and the link of culture and the link with SDGs. And Wednesday, 3 to 4, this is going to be another side event in Mondiacult. Yes, this is going to be another event also on cultural heritage. Without further comments, I want to thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be here with you in such an important event. We have a live structure. It's well and alive. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Jordi, Pascual, thank you so much for your words. Now let me give the floor to our next panelist, two of them, Olga Oribe, who's Academic Development Secretary, Mexico, ICOMOS, and also the President of Mexico, ICOMOS, the University of Rome. They are both going to be making a presentation on practice from politics or from policies to practice. And this is the case of the Chinampas in Mexico. And this is also a project done by Mr. Jose Gabriel Castro Garza and Eduardo Fuentes Fuller. And we are so proud to have them present this project. And we have people like the teachers that come from different institutions in Mexico, in Spain, and they've been working with World Heritage. And as I have said, we have Olga and Fernando. Chapa, I don't think is going to be here with us today, but we are visiting the Chinampa area tomorrow so that we can look at the problems of this World Heritage, cultural heritage, natural heritage project. So with you, Olga Oribe, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I will present with Mario Santana. I've been, yes, you have the presentation there. I will do it in Spanish, yes. You can follow my presentation on the screen. This is the location. You know that in 1987, this was one the first registers of Mexico and World Heritage. And this is, and this is right in Xochimilco. And we've created the different maps here. And you see the historic center of Mexico City and Xochimilco. That's where the Chinampa area is located. This is the limits of the historical monument site. This is in Mexico. This is as of 1986 upon the request of UNESCO. And this is the monument site. Xochimilco, Tláhuac, and Milpalta. Those are the districts in Mexico City. The blue line you see here, that's the boundaries or the limits of the lake that existed. And here, destruction has been fatal. Here, in this basin of Mexico City, you see the boundaries of the basin. And this is the red dot is Mexico City, the downtown. And then we have this Chinampa area in the southern part of Mexico City. Here we have the Chinampero system. These are indigenous peoples of the Chinampa system of Mexico City. This is the area, 2,215 hectares. And as you see, these are the towns. Xochimilco, San Gregorio, San Luis, San Pedro, and San Andres Mixquic. Here we have different very important areas. And potentially, this is 20,900 Chinampas, but only 3,500 are active right now. So a lot of work to be done in the Chinampa system. 2,215 hectares, as you can see on the map. Well, the Chinampa, yes, and this has to do the floating islands, and you see them here. This is the organization system. You see it, and here you see the construction of the Chinampa. This is done through tunnels, and they are right inside this lake, the shallow lake, and thus we can have this water entries from the bottom. And this means we have the possibility of 3 or 4 crops a year. And this is the rectangle. And this is more or less and this has to do with water problems. Somehow in some places, this is 2 meters deep. Other places, it's very shallow. And so the Chinampa has been flooded. So this is one of the ecosystems, agricultural ecosystems with the highest productivity. Thanks to this system, which is ancestral, with so much experience of so many years since pre-Hispanic times. And you see the system, first we do the preparation of the ground, and that's the reason for the Chinampas. The canals, from there, they would get mud and for the construction, and this mud would be placed for this sort of structure here. This is mud coming from the canal, the bed of the canals. And this is the tools they use, and they make those rectangular spaces, planting seeds, in each one of those little squares. And this is the sitting of the chapin. That's what they call it. This takes a long time. This is time intensive. And then little by little, they start separating the small plants. And this is the sitting transplant. And this is for the Chinampa area. And you can see here the host irrigation system they use. And that's the way they irrigate. And well, at the end is the harvest of those crops. Which are the problems we have? Excessive water extraction for 100 years. This is a big problem. And this means there's deformation of the ground and the settlement, and also urban growth. You see around these areas, degradation of the environment, and we have this differential sacs and soil subsidence due to excessive groundwater extraction. This is another very big problem. And sometimes the water is so shallow in some places, and in other places, water is very deep. So this creates problems. These are the people working in the Chinampas. Well, these are families. These are photographs made by the working group. And Dr. Alberto Gonzalez has been working with those families. Here you see this transferring of the Chinampa work from one generation to the other. This is part of this. This man is teaching his child how to work with the very small plants. And well, women are working so much, just as men are. These are the crops produced in the Chinampa system. Vegetables, flowers, radishes. This is our national flower here. And herbs, medicinal, and condiments. The important thing is to tell you this is a Chinampa system. Not only the Chinampa, it is the combination of what they grow in the Chinampa, the hills, and the ejido, which is the communal land system in Mexico. This is what the peasants grow in the Chinampa, in their communal land, etc., etc. It is this combination that makes it so interesting. Next. Which are the effects of climate change on the Chinampas? Well, the slides I'm showing you today and many of the photographs are done by Fernando Chapa with the participation of the communities, Mrs. Castro and Eduardo Fuentes. And they've been actively participating, and this is what I'm showing you. This was shown last year in a meeting. It is very important for you to see it. These are the effects of climate change on the Chinampa. Reduction or decrease in the water level of the channel network and extreme weather events, periodic floods throughout that Chinampa region. So we see the springs, and so much water is being extracted, and for other communities in Mexico City. And weather events, extreme events and the floods, as I have mentioned. Here we have decrease in the water level of the canal or the channel network. It used to be, the canals used to be for transportation, mobility, and you see how the water level is decreasing here. And also alterations in mobility conditions. Canoes or bicycles are now being used. Those are the main problems we have. We can see them in this photograph. And the acceleration of growth of invasive flora, you see it right here. And in many cases, this is happening. And alterations in the dynamics of crop distribution, obstruction of canals. So you cannot have the right distribution of crops. There's transportation management problems. And very well, this is another problem. You see climate change right at the canal level and very harmful events, negative events, and changing the use of the canals, invasion of important crop areas. We can recover those areas. Dr. Gonzalez Pozo will be telling you about various projects to save those Chinampas, for us to excavate the network of canals in Xochimilco. He will be discussing that with you, and this will allow us to recover the Chinampas, which is the conservation and management plan. The policies is restoration of the conditions of the water system, of the canal network, primary, secondary, and tertiary canal network. This is very important. And also the Chinampa soil. This is a matter of recovering that soil. This is something we're already starting to do, because this is truly a very big problem. And also the conservation and sustainable development activities. Well, this is the management plan we have. We're working on it. I don't think we have finished. We're still discussing some parts of this plan with the general objective to produce a plan for the conservation and restoration of the Chinampero agroecological and cultural system based on respect for the outstanding universal value and the attributes of authenticity and integrity of the heritage asset, with the purpose of promoting sustainable use of the natural and cultural resources of the region from the perspective of community development. This is the main objective. These are the strategies. Well, we've already mentioned them. First, improvement of the Chinampa soil and also the canal network, intangible cultural heritage and its indissoluble link with intangible cultural heritage. And here we have some alternatives for the restoration and conservation strategies. Restoration of the water system, that's of the utmost importance. And let's go on to the next one. I don't have much time. This is the restoration of the canal network. These are the primary, secondary, and tertiary canals, and the cleaning of the canals, reintegration of dry and blocked channels, and maintenance of navigation channels. And This is the Chinampa soil, reintegration of the arboreal mass. It is mainly the ahuejotes. This is the way in which they are sustained like a basket. And this is the support it has in this basket type of structure, consolidation of damaged Chinampas edges, and the restoration of the cropland altered by erosion. So what's next? Well, what follows? The design of programs and projects and their implementation in the short and medium terms and permanently. Especially, this has to be done permanently. These are implementation of programs and projects. These are not long-term projects. They are permanent projects. That's what they have to be. And this has to be done by the different actors at the international level, UNESCO, FAO, and ICOMOS, in the national, state, and local governments in Mexico, and local organizations, the ejido commissioners, the Chinampa growers. This is very important. We have commissioners coming from the peasants' organizations. They are the representatives of the land owners, and everyone has to participate, even the tourism guides and cooperatives and civil society. Unfortunately, we don't have this communication yet. We don't have this joint participation among the different stakeholders. This is enormous need for us to have this participation at the interinstitutional communication and participation together with the community, always with the community. Well, I wanted to truly thank the working group, the SDG working group, for all the work they've done for this meeting. And I also want to thank the working group of emerging youths, extraordinary work they are doing. And this event is because of them. We thank them so much. Yes, and we're happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Olga. It's really great to see the site, and I hope that we can see more of it tomorrow and really understand the issues that you faced, and then perhaps we can collaborate and see what are potential strategies. I would like to introduce the next speaker, and she's flown from Australia, so it's a couple of hours of travel. Brittany Colville is here, and she's part of our Sustainable Development Goals Working Group as the task team coordinator of the high-level political forum. Brittany is the head of the archaeological conservation at the private laboratory Endangered Heritage in Canberra, Australia. She has been the coordinator of ICOMOS's Sustainable Development Goals Working Group Task Team 2 on high-level political forum for the last year, helping to facilitate Mondocult in the preparatory events. With a special interest in the conservation of intangible heritage, she is the second in charge of the National Endangered Skills and Trade Show, which brings together master tradesmen and women from all across Australia to showcase their skills, helping them keep their vital professions alive. Brittany Colville, you have the floor.
Thank you and good morning. Today I'm going to be talking more about what we've been doing with ICOMOS in preparation for Mondocult 2022, the World Conference on Cultural Policies. So the original Mondocult was held in 1982 in Mexico City, and during the 20th UNESCO General Conference in 2020, Mexico announced they will be holding the second Mondocult World Conference on Cultural Policies. Do we have my slides in a second? There we go. Just go to the second one, please. Thank you. So over the last 12 months, ICOMOS has held several preparatory events for Mondiacult 2022. It began in December last year with 5 regional consultations, which were held between December and February of this year. In February of 2022, we then held a Resiliat Mondiacult event. Then in May and July, we held 2 online cultural conferences, which then have finished with this event today, which is an online and in-person event. From these events, we came up with 6 cultural policies that we've identified as important going forward for the future of climate, of cultural policy. The first point is climate action as a priority. So cultural policies need to go beyond its traditional boundaries, as climate change and biodiversity loss now forms part of our everyday reality. Ambitious, forward-looking actions are needed that acknowledges that culture, heritage, community, creativity, culture, Indigenous peoples and local communities, languages, wisdom, knowledge systems, and traditional crafts and materials offer a wealth of climate solutions. We need to advocate for cultural and cultural heritage policies that support inclusive, transformative, and just climate actions. Our second point was the promotion of cultural pluralism. Policies need to be strengthened to promote cultural pluralism using intercultural dialogue that is aware of inclusivity and inequalities. Digital technologies are a strong means of preserving cultures and presenting cultural diversity to the global community, while providing access to previously unknown resources to recover assumed lost intangible heritage. Legal protection of cultural diversity, focusing on collective human and cultural rights and communities needs to be part of cultural policies. Social justice and peace needs to inform parts of overarching aspirations of cultural policies for the future. Next slide. Slide, please. There we go. Our third point was cooperation between government and civil society. It is time for governments to work more closely with civil societies to promote new resilient development models that are human rights based, diversity conscious, environmentally respectful and sustainable. Civil society actors have a key role in engaging citizens and communities, and a clear mechanism for meaningful feedback to government policies is needed to effectively develop innovative yet grounded cultural policies for the future. Our fourth point was tangible and intangible heritage as drivers for socioeconomic development. Tangible and intangible heritage can be used for positive socioeconomic growth through engaging with the community to best understand and encompass their cultural approaches and promote well-being. Traditional practices and knowledge can be used to develop non-anthropocentric policy and socioeconomic activities that best serve our global community and provide protection against climate change, conflict, environmental loss, and potential future biohazards. Engagement with culture at all levels of education can encourage innovative development of culture-based development and provide long-term protection for cultural sites and practices as education promotes ownership, which leads to caring. Next slide. Our fifth point was mitigation of damage from present and historic conflict. Any damage to culture or heritage impacts all of humanity. However, the accidental or intentional harm to cultural sites during conflict is especially felt. Monitoring of ongoing conflicts to hold people accountable is a first stage in decreasing the damage. This is followed by conservation that provides healing for the impacted communities, and then providing a balanced approach of restitution of cultural objects through education and support, while also considering the protection of the heritage objects, which can return agency to the communities that have lost it. The final point was culture as the fourth pillar of development. While culture is a linking issue for the 3 recognized pillars for social and sustainable development, which are economic, social, and environmental, new development models are needed at all levels that elevate culture as a pillar of sustainable development. Citizens need to be at the center of such policies, and effective, easy to understand tools need to be developed to promote holistic, sustainable development actions that celebrate cultural life, creativity, and diversity of cultural expressions. ICOMOS supports the development of a cultural goal for inclusion in the post-2030 agenda. While this is just a quick overview of the 6 main points that we have found during this 10 months of work, there is going to be a larger report encompassing all of this work that we have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Resni, for this information, for this report that you have offered to all of us. Next, enseguida quiero darle la voz.
Next, let me give the floor to Yolosochitl Lucio. She is a focal point of the group of emerging professionals from ICOMOS Mexico and youth and heritage of the same ICOMOS. And it is a critical part of this organizing committee of the Monda called Flora, ICOMOS. And well, she is an architect from the National Autonomous University with conservation of the a degree from the National Conservation School, and she currently works at the National Head Office of Sites and Historical Sites of the Mexican government. She will present us. But allow me to give the floor to Yolosochitl because she is going to be sharing with us the materials that will be presented to us. I thank you, Guadalupe. Hello to all of you. Good afternoon. It is for me a pleasure to be here on behalf of the working group of emerging young professionals from ICOMOS International as one of the focal points. We have Lacoche and myself, and briefly let me share with you the working group. This is a working group that was created in 2017 in Delhi as a part of one of the resolutions taken within the General Assembly of ICOMOS, where I realized the need of having a space for the emerging professionals, and I will tell you why the term of young emerging professionals, so they can grow within ICOMOS and be generating by doing this the new leaderships and the new guides that will give way and future to our bodies. The term is emerging because in reality, they could be young or not so young, but the fact that young does have to do with age, but emerging is referring to a time when you have time within the profession. It is not necessarily a defined time, but we have, about 10 years of professional exercise. There are colleagues within the group that have made a career in other areas, and then they migrate to conservation. And well, that means that they are emerging professionals, though they have been acting in other areas for more years. Our group is integrated by members of 76 national committees, 22 members of scientific international committees, 1 member of a working group, and 3 members that are international members, which means that in their countries of origin, they don't have a national commission, so they are part of international ICOMOS. That means that we have 102 members up to this month. And well, the goals of our group are, first of all, to keep the scientific relevance of ICOMOS for future generations, the intergeneration commitment to ensure the continuity of the organization, and also to share the ethical ICOMOS principles sought during the early stages of the training and the conservation of cultural heritage. Briefly, let me share with you that our group is integrated by the Ministry of Culture, with two focal points here. We have multilingual communications coordination, membership coordination, the coordination unit for funds, where we're looking for economic opportunities for fund creation, and also our allocations at the regional level with different assignments in the 5 UNESCO regions, Africa, America, Eurasia, Europe, and at this time as focal points. We started in February of last year, and we will be concluding by the end of the next year. So Heima and myself, we needed coordination for scientific committees, and that was a very interesting work. And well, next you will see a video with my colleagues of the group that participated in the Looking Forward event that was previously presented. And we invite you to see and share a short video where we're mentioning the conclusions of this event. And here you will see the response capacity of the group. But everyone involved were involved. And this is what I shared with Mario Santana yesterday. This is a group where we feel all this warmth, where we have people with a tremendous professional value, but also with a human value at the highest level. So I hope you will like this short video that we have prepared for you. Thank you very much. Insights on the Mondiaco Looking Forward event, the ICOMOS Emerging Professionals Working Group. Transformación digital y expresiones.
Muchas gracias. Yo los
Thank you, Yolosochitl Lucio, for this interesting presentation in regards to the work of the young emerging professionals from ICOMOS global chapters, and that are putting pressure on all of us to move forward and to face the challenges that the cultural heritage is undergoing. And for this, we need to organize ourselves and with new visions and new looks to our heritage. We thank our today's panel, Jordi, Pastor Brittany, Yolosochito Lucy, and Olga Uribe, for the wonderful presentations that we have had so far today. You may remain in your places. We will start the Q&A session from the audience, being online or in presence. For those of you, we certainly appreciate the fact of having the panel members of the previous session to be with us in this section for Q&A before we share the conclusions of this first session. So the floor is open for your remarks or questions. If there is any question from the audience, or if we have any question online, this is the right moment to share it with us. Yes. Thank you. I thank all the panel speakers. We have had very interesting summary of the information and what you have learned through research and practice. Though I have many questions. I have one in relation to Chinampas. I am from Guadalajara University in the state of Jalisco, and in Chapala Lake, in the surrounding areas of the Chapala Lake, there it was water was extracted from it also, and it calls my attention that in recent years there are many companies that are producing berries, and they are giving way to a high level of pollution in this area. They're contaminating the area. And also the Chinampas are polluted given the use of fertilizers. I find this to be a serious problem also. What would you have to say here? Yes, there is a problem, of course. Unfortunately, the Chinampero original system, pre-Hispanic system was self-sufficient and self-regulated. There were biotic chains in such a way that they would only not control pests, but any type of fertilizing problem. This is why I was telling you that the bottom of the channels was an extremely rich sludge that will help to the decomposition of all of the vegetal parts within this sludge. And unfortunately, a part of the rehab that we are trying to have very slowly and with many problems is the fact of teaching over again, the fact of relearning all of those original techniques in which it was not necessary to have a pesticide system or fumigating system with agri-chemicals that are so seriously impacting and affecting the area. Also, the water that we are receiving in Xochimilco, in general terms, is treated water that comes from the Cerro de la Estrella, the Estrella Mountain. We have no water creeks anymore. And these water has a high mineral concentration, and the fish that were introduced to these channels, such as the tilapia and uh, koi fish, are not even eatable because they have the water has so much material. But I mean, they are already having a pollution problem, and they are not eatable fish. So these are vicious circles that yet we still are unable to stop. Thank you very much. I believe we will be taking 3 questions. We have room for 2 more questions during this session. Let me take the microphone and give the floor to our colleague. Good morning. Thank you so much for your contributions. I do have a question that I think that could be answered by Dr. Francesca and Jordi Pascual. In your experience, I can see that you have worked this area of heritage and also how to take these innovating criteria to challenge the government in regards that there are many things that the government is doing that could not be as flexible as they should be. So through your expertise, your knowledge, your professional work, which are the mechanisms that you have identified as facilitating for decision makers to make more flexible and incorporate the new demands of the cultural heritage and to put people at the center of the decision-making processes, because to recognize this is important and to say it, but from this to take it into real practice, could you suggest anything for the governments? What would you say? Jordi, I, I believe you can respond to the first part of the question, and then we'll give the floor to Francesca. Yes, now we can hear you. We published in 2015 a document that is Culture 21 Actions, and it has something like 100 actions and 9 commitments. And we see this in perspective, in hindsight, and this is some kind of like a manual, a guideline of cultural policies based on human rights. So then we have recommendations for the local government, but also recommendations for the civil society, for activists, recommendations for engineers that work in all areas of culture, for all people involved. In our experience, this is the work of putting human rights as the foundation for development. They have been present for, and they take time So any group of activists, any government, any professional group that wants to develop this should not expect results nor in 1, 2, or 4 years, but much more, much longer time. It takes time. And in the second instance, to work with the framework of human rights, it means to share power. It means that we have to invest more time in dialogues. We have to explain why the things are done in and to understand the context of all of the people that are within this place, because our cities have persons that come from different places, and well, all of these views have to be taken into account. This is my answer to do these two things in the right way.
Yo voy a responder en inglés porque no hablo muy bien español, pero puedo entender algo. Thank you so much, Jordi, for this very challenging
Thank you,
question.
Jordi, for responding to such a challenging question. Gracias.
To this question. But I do agree with Jordi about the fact that if we want to put local communities, and especially the most marginalized, in the center of the conversation, is really a matter of sharing the power, which has been held in the hand of certain people so far. So it's really a paradigm shift, as somebody said before today. It takes time, but working with heritage, working with people, working with cultural activities, we might be able to really support this paradigm shift in taking place. And then my second point is related to how we can, if I understood this correctly, how we can better communicate with the government and heritage, and how can we give a stronger relevance to heritage in this dialogue. Well, I think even if they are very much contested, especially in the academic world, I think the SDGs, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, are really a platform that can allow a shared dialogue across these common sustainable development goals. We might not agree, they might not be perfect. We may need to have a cultural goal that several organizations, and I know Jordi's work especially, are really pushing toward that. But at the moment, this is what we have. And I think aligning the way we communicate between the heritage sector, the development sector, and also, the role that governments have in this conversation can really, it's really helpful to create this dialogue around the SDGs. And now we have plenty of publications. So we have the ICOMOS policy guidance on heritage and the SDGs. We have the missing pillar report. We have praxis reports. We have the report mentioned by Jordi. So I would strongly recommend to look at this report and see how we can better communicate with governments using the tools that we have now. So I hope that was an answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Francesca. Last question. Okay. Yes.
Gracias. Más bien es para Mario Santana. Este grupo.
This is for Mario Santana. Xochimilco is at the verge of its death. How can we carry out a reactive mission so we can direct our attention at the local, at the state, and the federal level? Because, there's really a red spot right in Xochimilco. And Xochimilco and the water treatment plant of Xochimilco, that will be the last beat of the Aztec heart. So if we don't do something, that will be it. So what would be the way the actions to take place here? Well, it's a very difficult question to respond to you in a limited time. but nevertheless, a technical reactive mission has to be done by the World Heritage Committee. They have the decision because the convention is a conservation tool, but it is a political tool that is up to the decision of the different party states that are members of this committee. ICOMOS has as a goal to issue their advice to the heritage, and we do have the tools with which we can direct this to the Secretariat of the World Heritage. Because in our division of the follow-up of cultural heritage, but it is a long process, and in my personal opinion, I wish that that process will be much shorter and much more effective than what it really is. We all know that the Convention of World Heritage has many limitations, but it also provides a lot of opportunities. Now, I believe that the opportunities of the World Heritage and the responsibility always lies within the party states. So yes, Mexico has to prevail in the conservation of this space. It is their responsibility as the responsibility of the community. What can we do? Well, obviously, to put pressure for this to take place through the National Committee in ICOMOS Mexico, and through the World Committee, we can put pressure through international ICOMOS. And of course, I'm not an expert within the relationship of what ICOMOS is and the World Heritage Committee. There is a tense relationship always, but I believe that we can obtain better results if we do things in a more direct way by communicating. I believe that Jordi was referring to this of sharing power. I believe that my personal opinion, I will not talk about Secretary General, but I believe that the convention needs that. It needs to share its power. It is not shared now. So we have this type of cases where we have to consider a several thousand years old site, but it seems that we don't have the political tools. I mean, it's a complex question, but I think that I hope I have responded to your question. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mario Santana, Saul Alcántara, for these last participations that are very important for the heritage which is alive and that is living together with the communities. But heritage is no longer a museum element object, and it becomes a common public object. It is no longer an object of authorities to become a community element, where Jordi has already said this. We have to share power. Which power? The power of conserving it, of proposing it, of investing resources. And who will decide this? We need to share this. Let us decide upon this all together. That's where Mondiacult is leading us to. The legal foundations that will allow us to be effective in our democracy. This is the fact of knowing where the resources are beheading. Where are we having the intervention and where do we intervene must be a decision. Well, this is the first section of this forum. And well, we invite you to have a short break for the family photo. And let's give a big applause to our panel members for these participation. That's been extremely fruitful and quite necessary for all of us. So we close this first section. We'll have a break, a short break for a family photo. You're all invited so we can have a wonderful report. And after this, we will have the second session. You're fully invited, where we will have a series of working tables, and we will have them at 3 p.m. with the conclusions of this successful, fruitful day of work. Thank you so much. And we'll have a 5-minute break, and that you can have some coffee and make a short break. We'll see you here again in the same place. Thank you very much. And we thank our panel members. The photo will be up here.
Ya está. Ahí está. Sí, 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 2. Ahí está. Ahí me tienes que escuchar. Ok, ok. Sí, 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 sí. Ok. Ahí me tienes que escuchar. ¿Me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Ok. Sí. Continuando. Ahí está. Ahí me escucho. Sí. Voy. No, me estorba el cable UTP. ¿Sí me oíste? No puedo cerrar porque está el UTP. Sí, 2, 3. Ok, ok. Continuando con la prueba de audio. Sí. Ok. 2, 3. Sí, voy. Va. Ahí está. Sí, ahí está. Yo tampoco. Voy. Voy. Ahí.
Sí,
¿Escucha?
bueno, probando. Uno,
Voy.
probando. Uno, dos, tres, probando.
Sí.
¿Escuchas, Jorge?
Ah.
2, prueba de audio. Seguimos. 2, 2.
No, en la compu no. No, yo no lo escucho en la compu.
Dos, dos. Prueba de audio. Sí. Probando audio. Ok, ok.
No se escucha. En mi compu no se escucha.
Ok, ok.
Ok. Probando, uno, dos, tres.
Voy. Ahí está. Ahí está.
Dos, dos, micrófono de podium.
Nada más
Micro de podium.
Nada más está prendido 7 y 8. Ahí te va. No se oye. Ya está prendido 13 y 14. Sigue corriendo el video. Ahí va. ¿Más? Sí, ok, ok. Ahí está, ahí estoy. Vale. Ya está.
Okay, okay.
¿Dónde estaba? Desenvidiar. Desenvidiar. De arquitectura. Vamos con este. Y ahí nos vamos con este. Va.
Slowly, all sit down. Okay, good. Most of us are coming back. We're almost here. Okay. So again, thank you very much for everyone for sticking on for the second part of our conversation. This second part will be a different kind of a conversation. It will be more of a discussion. There will be a couple of presentations in the beginning. I think it was important to start off with some questions before, so that you really trigger your mind, and then get all your ideas out, because part of this conversation is a dialogue later on that we will have a couple of people that will be presenting. I want to do a little introduction for all of us. Is that we are here. There are three parties involved, main parties: ICOMOS International with the Sustainable Development Goals Working Group, the Emerging Professionals Working Group, and of course ICOMOS Mexico is one of our organizers. And I also want to thank Seminar for being a very gracious host. We are here to collaborate and initiate a conversation on what happens here in the next couple of days. In the next couple of days, UNESCO ministers are coming, and the government of Mexico has invited UNESCO to discuss about cultural policies and sustainable development. ICOMOS has been looking at these issues for quite some time. There was a I think conference in 2011 that looked at ICOMOS and heritage and development, and in 2014 we were one of those international organizations that advocated for culture to be part of the goals. Unfortunately, culture did not become a goal, but for us in the heritage sector, we have been fortunate enough to have one target, which is target 11.4, that is focused on the protection or safeguarding cultural and natural heritage all over the world. However, we understand that heritage as a target is not enough, because the work that we do is encompassing to different parts of sustainable development. You've seen in the Chinampas that there is environmental issues. There are also social issues that we need to face, and of course, economic development and communities are part of the work that we do. For Wonderful, ICOMOS has been working on it for the last 10 months. I think I mentioned a discussion by Vice President Leonardo Pastriotta, the Arab states, Europe and North America, Asia Pacific, and the African region. So what will we do here? This is quite important. You will listen to the first part of the discussion. There are
that will discuss this with you, and you tell them
what you think are issues, what you think are important facts that we have to consider. And all this information will be put as part of a document that we will collaborate together. So you being here means that you are part of that voice. I think there was a question earlier about what can normal people do and what can, let's say, communities do. And these kinds of dialogue will fill our perspective in ICOMOS, and then that is also put to the let's say to the Unesco as one of the recommendations. So it is a bottom-up approach to cultural policy. Last one is that there will be a conclusion afterwards, and we will gather everyone's thoughts. So I know we're a little bit, we're 1 hour late, but let's have that presentation. The first presentation, I will let Olympia introduce the presenters, and then we will move to the presentations.
Thank you, Gabriel. I will invite the panelists of this second part all together here in the forum. Please, are invited Olympia Nilio, Reto Nicolville, Mario Santana, Angelica, Olympia. Yes, the two other participants will be online. So we will have their participation on the screen. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome our panelists of this second part of this forum. I'm glad to present to all of you our first panelist of this second part. Oh, excuse me. Quiero presentarles a Olympia Nilio.
I want to present our first panelist for the second part of the forum. Olympia is Italian, doctor in architecture restoration, permanent restoration architecture, compared architecture teachers in Italy at the University of Padua since 2022. She has been working in her academic at the university, and she has been doing a lot of work in different universities. And since 2006, she's participated in Colombia, different universities there. Since 2012, she's been permanent teacher in Japan, Kyoto University, and she is vice president of the technical committee, Natural Cultural Landscape Association. She is the chair of the International Pedagogic Program. With you, we have, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I am very yo soy muy agradecida, perdona, a ti y a todos los
I'm so grateful to you and the members of ICOMOS. I'm so thrilled to be here to share this program with you.
I am very happy to stay here and for sharing this important pedagogical program with you. We start with a short video. Thank you so much. Voy hablando en español. Este programa nació en el...
This program was born in 2020 after an interesting period of reflection on the value, knowledge of cultural heritage should have in the education of young generations. As a teacher of the university, I understand the importance of knowledge on cultural heritage to have better culture and education. That's why holding a dialogue with various colleagues, that's what we did. I want to thank my colleagues for allowing me to get to know them. This project has allowed me to know so many teachers to start this path of knowledge and cultural heritage in the world and understand the importance of education on cultural heritage from the school level, primary and secondary schools. This is how this program was created. It was a true cultural pandemic because after a few months, it was in many countries of the world with many schools applying the program. This has allowed us during the 2021 Olympics to present in the entire program or the entire program with important documents, as well as the Charter 2021 letter that we presented July 21st, 2021. And this was the main mission of the program. At the same time, this it has nothing to do with coffee or, well, I think I was connected to a different video or something like that. Well, here this is the web page of the program. It's quite complex with a lot of connections with other pages. The program is promoted by UNESCO University and accreditors with the Italian UN office. It's also a member of the European Union in Europe, and we are also members of another ICOMOS program on cultural heritage. We're working with UNESCO University of Vienna. You see the documents here. The guide has been translated into different languages for its dissemination. We have this, the mission, the program, the different publications and activities that we have already had in different parts of the world. And this is the reality today of this program. How are we developing the program throughout the world? It's a very active deployment, reconnecting with your culture in the world. And everyone is participating in this program within the school system. I'm so thrilled to be here for the first time. At the end of October, I'm going to Kenya because the International Union has invited me to present the program in the World Architects Congress. So that's what I'm going for, to Kenya. We're going to be increasing our work in Africa, and also the director of UNESCO of the Cultural Division is truly supporting this program. It is allowing schools to get children close to cultural heritage, facilitating dialogues among different cultures. This is just the beginning of a bigger program, an ethical program. It has no financing. It's only the volunteers of the thousands of teachers throughout the world, from kindergarten to primary and secondary schools. So this is voluntary work, but it has to do with building an important reality throughout the world. And that's why I'm so thrilled. We're just so happy because there's so many of the ICOMOS people in this program in different parts of the world. We're just so moved and happy that we're able to build this and that this is being done in schools so that we can strengthen education even more in terms of cultural heritage. This is something that has to do with primary, secondary, even kindergarten levels for the acceptance and the understanding of cultural heritage and how this is linked to children's education. This is the first step in collaboration with ICOMOS. Yes, we are now working very hard with education standards. We've created various national committees working to strengthen the specific concept of cultural heritage in their own territories, not federal, but local standards to protect cultural heritage. This is what we want to continue sharing. These first 2 years have been very interesting, but I always tell people this is just the beginning of a long path we have to cover, all of us together. Our logo is "We Can Together." That's our logo. So I think this is something we're going to be able to do as long as we start this path together. Well, yes, at the end of every year, we have the second edition of the international exhibition because we're getting drawings from all over the world, over 1,000 of them, and this is something we're doing. And this year, we've also been able to have another opportunity, another very important report with the results of the schools throughout the world. So then, I'm so happy for having had this space today to be sharing this program with you. And we conclude with the logo. This is the logo for the program. This is what everyone says, reconnecting with your culture. I mean, this is the name of our program. And this is something we're developing. And today, well, this is something we're so happy to have to show it to you in this context at the international level. Thank you so much. Yes, and we can together. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Now,
thank you, Olympia. I think that's a very good initiative to bring younger people or children to appreciate their culture and throughout the world. I will not do another introduction for Brittany, but Brittany will take the second presentation. Brittany, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, buenos dias. We've already met, so I won't introduce myself again. Today, I'll be discussing the need for social inclusion and community for sustainable development. There is no sustainable development without community and social inclusion. However, the inclusion should be as diverse as the community it is trying to grow. Therefore, engagement with communities can be used to develop regional cultural practices that will not only support the socioeconomic activities of the areas, but empower and uplift them as well. This engagement should be multi-level and multifaceted. Starting as early as childhood, interactive cultural education is imperative. Studies have shown that integrative learning increases the appreciation for their cultural heritage environment by living their experiences of it, and have increased interpretation and in future become active participations in their own culture. Active participation allows cultures to shape the development of a society over an extended period of time in a holistic, sustainable manner. Heritage sites can be a rich resource of interaction and learning while displaying intangible skills which can lead to innovation and engagement. In addition to education, constant, rigorous, and unbiased examination of community needs is vital to inclusive and just sustainable development. Often it can also provide solutions to problems. For example, there is no global need to reduce waste, particularly non-biodegradable plastics. In Asia, market sellers are beginning to employ their traditional basketry skills, which is generally female-held knowledge, and their own traditional materials, banana leaves and coconut fronds, to replace plastic bags. There are other ample examples of traditional foods and food technologies that are being used by communities to create more sustainable agricultural practices for their countries. One example we've already looked at today is the Chinampas, and we'll hear more about them tomorrow. There are other examples around the world though. One such in Australia is a partnership between a private company and a university called Black Duck Foods that provides ongoing research into production and using traditional farming methods and flora from Australia. These projects are more sustainable as they're using endemic plants that have evolved for the environment they're being grown in, rather than using introduced flora that could do further damage to the ecosystem. These community-led projects integrate traditional knowledge and materials to combat modern societal problems. While these projects are examples of community-led efforts, they can't do it all themselves. By increasing the access for Indigenous and minority voices in the development of holistic cultural practices and policies that support sustainable development, effective and lasting strides forward will be made. A region's culture is made up of a tapestry of the history and knowledge of all of its people. Unfortunately, there are several obstacles in the way of inclusive dialogue. While digital technologies have many positives and are allowing for unique preservation and discovery, it can also act as a barrier. Access to technology is a privilege not everyone has access to. With the digital transformation of our world, you need to have a digital presence. Yet this hinders the poor and minority groups. The next obstacle is ironically our digital presence. With more and more sophisticated data mining of our online lives, we're exposed to an ever narrower section of the information and discourse available on the internet at any one time. This echo chamber has allowed the rise of extremist sentiments and the loss of civil dialogue. While this is not a problem that our industry is able to tackle, we need to be aware of the bias that we and everyone else is being exposed to. I believe that events like Mondia Cult and the welcome that has been shown to civil society actors is a step in the right direction, as diverse inputs are not being curated by race, region, or other dividing lines. Community consultations can be a long drawn-out process to make sure that all perspectives are heard, though. For faster change, a place to begin is the protection of cultural pluralism. By developing human rights-based cultural policies, governments will be laying the groundwork to allow for future community-oriented sustainable development. Finally, I would like to finish with a short discussion about a program I am working on, the National Endangered Skills and Trades Show, that encompasses many of these skills. It is a 3-day event that brings together masters craftsmen people from across Australia. All of the participants are invited based upon the vital role they play in our continued socioeconomic development, but who are often overlooked by government for support as they operate as sole traders or small businesses. The participants are able to demonstrate their skills for the public, talking about their place in our society, and often find new apprentices to bring into their skills. This is the public face of the event. There's also an evening seminar that is more policy and lobbying focused, with a panel discussion or presentation about the state of affairs for small businesses and specialist trades in Australia, and a discussion of gaps in cultural policy and government policy, which makes it difficult for these traders to operate or educate the next generation. This event has garnered attention from government in past years, and we're privileged this year to have the Mexican ambassador to Australia as one of our speakers. And it is an example of positive civil society collaboration to give a voice to underrepresented sectors in our community. In conclusion, only when a whole community, regardless of race, gender, orientation, or age, is equal in every sense and working together towards a common goal, can true sustainable development be achieved. Without constantly striving for this ideal, it is too easy for outdated, damaging patterns to re-emerge. This is why intangible heritage through community engagement and social inclusion is the key consideration for all future cultural and heritage policies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Brittany, por tu excelente presentación.
Thank you so much for your excellent presentation. Yes. Now, yes, Mario Santana, digital transformation, opportunities and challenges. Thank you, Mario. Yes, thank you, Guadalupe. Thank you so much. My presentation, please. Could you show my presentation? Thank you. Yes.
Y que no se nos olvide compartirlo en el Zoom. Perfecto, gracias.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Please don't forget to share in the Zoom platform. Digital transformation, opportunities and challenge. What a pleasure to be able to talk to you about this. This is a subject matter that I work so much in: digital transformation, cultural heritage, and its conservation. Conservation is a decision-making process. It has to do with values right at the center of this approach, and also defining different elements. And this is the character defining elements: physical condition, rate of deterioration, evaluation and rehabilitation, impact, sensitivity to change, environmental features. And this is very important: interaction with different historic, urban, and environmental contexts, and also non-renewable resources. This is a legacy to future generations. This is very important. I apologize. I'm translating at the same time. Yes, next one, please. And this documentation, and this has been important for a long time, and we can transfer this. And this has to do, and we have the participation of one of my professors, and this has to do with while recording World Heritage Sites. This is Abu Simbel, and you can see this in the southern part of Egypt. And upon the request of the Sudanese government, and this has to do with the participation of the World Heritage Convention and many other conventions. And this is, of course, done by the work of many. And here you see Maurice teaching at ICROM, architectural conservation. I think the digital part gives us those tools that are so necessary. Obviously, we have heard about data mining, and we can machine learning also. Artificial intelligence is very, very important. However, we've always had something generating this. Digital technology cannot be disconnected from people that are working on it. This is very important. How are we going to be using it? And this is of the utmost importance. This is a project we did at the university level, and this is in Cyprus, yes, heritage sites, and we did this using drones, and this was just a few weeks. And we have this heritage, and we have a very high precision through the use of drones. And nonetheless, digital technology should protect historic sites, world historic sites. Digital assets produced by information technology should inform, and they should also contribute to the protection of those historic places, as we have said. And they should present different narratives, and also the preservation part should be included. And something that was not mentioned, technology should be affordable for people doing site conservation and for people that are responsible for the site. And this is very important to participate in the conservation process. Digital technology, this is something that we're spending so much money on. What will happen in the future? And we have to remember the digital media would it transcend. Who hasn't had a floppy disk that no one uses anymore, right? So we do have to look at transcendence. This is one of the major challenges we face. This is the timeline of information systems serving cultural heritage. Physical inventories, yes. We are going to creating a digital copy of a patrimony, of a heritage site. Of that emerging technology, we have different questions. How can we invest so much money on this type of things if we are not doing conservation? So this is a very important question. The role of technologies. Well, obviously, technologies offer a lot of opportunities, but we have to have protocols and guidelines and principles on how to use those technologies, especially in conservation. We have to remember this. For instance, there are some things we have to consider. Digital technologies might amplify the capacity to present rural heritage. We have to have a collective voice. People on the side, the authorities and civil society have to be involved and engaged. What type of technology? What do we need in a specific site? The how of things is very important. How to do documentation, for instance, which is the available material we have that we can access, for instance, giving access to visitors. Yesterday, we visited the Barragan house. Well, yes, how can we visit this house? If we have this digital experience, we can give access to people who cannot go there directly. And the type of organization and infrastructure, the types of digital infrastructure available locally. If we don't have the right infrastructure, then why go on to other things? And skilled labor availability. This is the organization's capacity and the funding available to adopt digital strategies. This is where sometimes we didn't have the right correspondence from the authority participation because there were countries that were devastated by wars. So the government cannot always devote this and can not always participate in the use of the best technologies possible. And so here in Mexico, we have great experts. I'm not teaching anything to anyone in Mexico. So when are we using digital technology if we cannot convey this to the different sites? And then we have different opportunities. We have a lot of tools, and this is produced for cartography and support. And for instance, right now, we're talking to different parts of the world with people with different parts of the world. And we can also have some training, online training, I mean, in Chile and Guatemala. I was looking at information in Ciudad Juarez as well. So education is very important, and this gives us a lot of opportunity. Next one. But of course, we have other challenges. But a challenge that I'm looking into, and this is, I'm going to be participating in an online meeting with UNESCO, and this has to do with world heritage developing in the Arab worlds. And one of the things that I wanted to discuss there is that we shouldn't replace the monument. We shouldn't be replacing the monument, I mean, and we should be protecting that. We shouldn't use that digital technology preservation. We do not preserve anything if we're not using the digital part. And the only thing is that we are going to have deterioration of that site if we don't use it right. So digital information is a support for the decision-making process, but it is not to replace the site. And I live in a privileged country, Canada. We've been working on this, and I feel that I'm privileged to do this. And sometimes data is not well used. This is one of the big problems we have. We have big organizations and foundations, and but they have no commitment with the local country or with the community to educate and to promote training programs. And for that training, well, this belongs to me as a Canadian or European. This is digital information that belongs to the site. So this digital colonialism is one of the big things we have to fight and look into. And what I was saying before that has to do with digital means or media. Are we going to be able to read those digital projects where we invested so much money, and the interpretation and the transparency of the process for digital gathering? This is very important. Sometimes we see a 3D model, and but we do not know how it was created, how the digital space was created. It was created, and we have to know precisely how it was created. And we have different levels of interactivity. I am going to go very fast. We have here, this is augmented reality, and we have panoramic photos, virtual tours, Google Maps, and each one of those media is a very important media that we should be using digital assets for cultural heritage sites. I use photography, those images, and the streaming, yes, and this is the technical knowledge required. What do? We have to have the right training for that. Doing a photograph, it's a simple thing, but we have to have the right knowledge at the professional level. And here we have the digital interfaces, different platforms where we can put that information. We have virtual reality, but we also have printed material, reports, digital reports. So we have social media and the digital tools. These are the tools. Well, this is what we use for gathering of data, drones, and 3D scanners and surveying instruments, as well as digital cameras. We have the Google Cardboard, the Oculus Go, Metaverse, Oculus Quest, and mixed reality. We have to be immersed in this virtual reality, or we can have other types of tools. Here you see some of our students in the Canadian lab. They're using digital technology to make presentations for the Canadian Parliament. And right now, we're using this technology to show that site. And asset creation tools for digitizing heritage places. Well, next. And this is the workflows that we are using right now. It's very important to have this digital workflow. It includes planning, data processing, dissemination, simulation, and the archival of data. Archives are very important. And when I say simulations, I'm talking about structural ones. And the archive, as I have said, these are some of the tools. And drones, the stations, UPS, and the panoramic cameras, and more tools. This is a bag, $100,000. That's what I have, a drone. I have a little of everything, a tripod, a 3D scanner, and 360 camera. With that, I can do any type of documentation, and I can do it very fast. Well, the mini drone, when I arrived in Canada, I realized the drone was very small, but sometimes this is not allowed in Europe. And the 3D scanning, and next one, please, aerial survey. This is one of my toys. Drones are some of my toys. Well, let's see. This drones have allowed us to see heritage different from the way we used to see it. When I started doing my documentation, we would always use those lifts to repair lamps. And with that, we would take care of photographs, but now it's the drone that does all this. You can see it here, for instance, the different interventions in this temple. This is a cement that was put on this temple. And so then with the drone, we can gather this very important information. And this is quite accessible information we can get. This is the information system. This is where we're working. For instance, here we see the digital assessment tools to assess water evacuation vis-a-vis rainfall. This is Cyprus. And digital recording. This is one of our students working at a slow video camera to capture how a craftsman is cutting this piece of wood, this trunk, and what he is doing to do that. Then our student was working with 3D techniques for the axis and everything. They used the tools and the components. Here, another student working with me. This is a system he developed, paint precision, a mural painting process. For instance, getting the right color. And this is a very cheap system. Next, we all have the smartphones, and this is connected to internet, and we have applications to get information. We can do applications. For instance, tomorrow we could do an application. So there's a person with a cell phone that could do this.
Cosas que ha monitoreado que están dañadas de. La siguiente, por favor. Esto es un ejemplo.
Next slide, please. This is an example of an app that was developed by the Global News Phone, and it's called Infography, and it's an app that allows to create inventories of sites with your smartphone, and then it is synchronized with the IT or information system that I have developed. So that is information free of programming. You can download it, you can modify it in accordance to the needs of the inventory of our heritage resources. And these are the type of things that the digital transformation is allowing us to do. Now, within the whole application that we are now using in our research work in Canada, it's software in order to calculate the body carbon that has been produced by a site, the encapsulated carbon. And one of the major challenges that we have has to do with our sites. Given this effect, we have additional tools for heritage structures, and now mobile phone with LiDAR, we can have two-dimensional views. This is in a site in Italy, and this type of portable technology, and how many more opportunities will identify in regards to heritage. And also Joe Callas, one of our colleagues from the CPAS committee, used drones and photometry in Beirut after the emergency documentation for Beirut shattered heritage. And this allows us to access an understanding of the damages in a rather quick way. Carmelo is an MIT researcher, and he's one of the young emerging professionals. And his paper is using data from the Airbnb, TripAdvisor, and other apps in Venice with a geographic system where he's using artificial intelligence to estimate where the tourists are located, where they come from, what type of elements they are consuming. And this is artificial intelligence, not only to sell something to you when you check a website in your Facebook, but Carmelo is working with a colleague, Sarah Williams, and she's using this data for the human being's benefit. And well, ICOMOS already has different ethical categories, and they can be related with the digital category in a direct way. We have to provide them best practices, such as experts in technology. We have to be respectful of the cultural heritage and related to the public and communities. We have to be respectful of heritage recordings of experts and also related to qualifications. And having said this, I conclude by sharing several of the obligations within heritage, such as the production of high quality records, also to use the technology to share this heritage value. And for this, we need to contribute to raise awareness and training in different areas. And through the fact of sharing our ideas and collaborating, that our technologies will be more affordable, and to participate with professional networks and share experiences and further development of practice. I conclude by having said this to you. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mario, for the exceptional conversations there. I have to apologize to everyone. We're running a little bit late, quite late. So, but please bear with us with this conversation. The next person will be presenting online, and I will introduce her. So Angelica Arias Benavides is joining us from Quito. She's an architect by profession and a master's degree in local community development management, and currently serves as the executive director of the Metropolitan Heritage Institute of Quito, Ecuador. And Angelica has established a permanent link between her profession, urban planning, and heritage, with an outstanding national and international participation in administration, implementation, and planning of participatory projects and programs for living heritage. She was also very fundamental in the New Urban Agenda in 2016, and we welcome her to this presentation. Angelica, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gab. Well, good evening from Quito, Ecuador. Today, I'm going to talk about...
Angelica, hold on. We cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. You don't hear me?
Can you speak again?
Yes.
Then?
No?
I think we have some technical difficulties. Can you try again?
Yes. Right
yes,
now?
We can hear now. Yes.
Thank you. Can I have my presentation, please?
Give us a second. Hold on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is another presentation. We will show it shortly. Can you see that, Angelica?
No.
Hold on. I think they will share. There you go. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. Good evening from Quito, Ecuador. Today, I'm going to talk about the importance of culture, heritage, arts, in big and complicated issues of our world, in this case, in climate change, with this premise. The next one, please. To solve an anthropogenic problem, we need human solutions. The next one, please. Okay. Well, the Climate Heritage Network has been worked since 2018 in connecting different government levels and, more important, diverse entities and professionals of the cultural and science world. In that sense, from culture, we can help in adaptation, in transfer lessons learned to resilience from the past, also empowering people and communities based on traditional practices, supporting low carbon solutions through cultural heritage approaches, and also addressing the impacts of climate change, protecting people, places, and economies. Next one, please. And well, when we talk about heritage and carbon mitigation, we should identify solutions. Arts, culture, and heritage can support climate policy and help jurisdictions meet their GEI reduction targets through a sustainable approach to the cultural dimensions of consumption and production patterns, clean energy, and land use and resource efficiency. The next one, please. But also when we are in different levels of planning for loss and damage, we think we can implement educational programs in knowledge about climate risks and mitigation actions, using the evidence based on the arts, culture, and heritage. Cultural dimensions and the contributions of cultural institutions needs to be better integrated into the next cycle by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and Action for Climate Empowerment, Loss and Damage, Migration, Displacement, and Human Mobility. The next one, please. But maybe one of the most powerful tools that we have, we believe in that as cultural institutions, related with heritage communication and climate science. As we can activate those who are involved in the arts, culture, and heritage to take action on climate change through communication and engagement, inspiring its members and audience to increase climate action, to change their own behaviors, commit to fostering greater synergistic collaboration with policy development and the local, national, and intergovernmental levels. So, the next one, please. In the Climate Heritage Network, next, the positive, please. Okay. In the Climate Heritage Network, we work with different themes, issues related with climate action. Here are some of them, of those. One is communicating the role of cultural heritage in climate action. Working group 2, valuing traditional knowledge. The next one, please. Making the case of building reuse through better metrics for avoided operational and embodied carbon. The mainstreaming culture and heritage into climate planning. The next one, please. Please, the next one. Thank you. Using culture to promote climate resilient, sustainable development. And another of our working groups, supporting climate action by local communities and indigenous peoples, between others. The last one, please. Well, right now, thinking about the next UN climate conference, the COP27, we urge to incorporate the importance of the cultural dimension of the final declaration of the Conde Accord. We are convinced that culture, arts, and heritage mean huge tools to improve climate actions, and that's what we ask to you right now to think about. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Angélica Arias, desde Ecuador. nos compartió un
We
excelente
thank Angelica Arias from Ecuador. She has shared a different perspective, which is quite interesting and quite pertinent of what has been done in those areas where the cultural heritage is a problem, a climate problem, where we have these different points of view to overcome these problems and solve them. Next, let me introduce Raúl Rivero Canto. Raúl Rivero Canto, he's a member of ICOMOS Mexico. He's the coordinator of the Scientific Committee of Towns and Historic Cities. He is a professor at the Autonomous University of Yucatan, and he is a part of ICOMOS and the Scientific Committee of Arts and Architectural Funeral Sites, and he is a part of the international group of the SDGs, and he's a part of the Gabriel Caballero's team, and he's sharing with us a vision of the resilience of these groups, of these original peoples of the peninsula of Yucatan in relation to their resilience and how these peoples have faced different catastrophic events such as the pandemic or climate events. So Raúl Rivero, the floor is yours. Welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here with you this afternoon to be able to share with you some ideas regarding resilience. And let me share my screen. My gratitude to the organizers of this event. Let me greet you from Mérida, Yucatan, at the heart of the Mayan world in Mexico. To talk to you about resilience is also to talk about hope. Resilience, we're thinking in these urban terms as our capability to be able to come out of being able to respond in the right way to the challenges that we have before us. Resilience is necessary. A moment ago, Guadalupe was sharing that the natural disasters, of course, there are moments and situations that we cannot foresee, and we should be capable to come out of them, even though we face these situations, major natural disasters, diseases, etc. But also a few hours ago with Mariana, who will be with me in the next stage of this activity, we were talking about the fact that also resilience sometimes is overexploiting because there are elements that can be foreseen, elements that could be worked in advance, because resilience helps us to mitigate the consequences of a situation. But we should be working in mitigating the causes, because unless we do this, well, it will have to endure and endure and endure more. How much do we have to endure? Because wouldn't it be ideal to go to the origin, to the causes of the problems? But nevertheless, this ability of being resilient, as we have seen in the past 2 years and a half, where many peoples and communities had to reinvent themselves in order to survive, makes us think that resilience is a tool that leads us to hope. And it is this major range of spaces that we can consider resilience, well-being, how cultural heritage and its spaces could lead us to develop all of these concepts. And I have selected two that I think that could provide us this connection and that will help us later on in being able to enrich our discussion. Tourism, another series of areas where cultural heritage connected with cultural tourism is interacting. But this is how we can provide resilience and capability to regenerate if it is rightfully done. and also sacred spaces. I mean, it's not a mere chance that these sacred spaces, even all of these problems have been filled with people. So in the following scientific symposium, we will be talking about sacred religious heritage, because these spaces have been throughout the centuries and will continue to be so, areas of hope for given the adversities of our peoples. But nevertheless, let me share with you an example that I find very interesting for the discussion. It is the case of Cisal. Cisal is a small portuary village in Yucatan, Mexico, right at the Gulf of Mexico. It is a minor port created by Charles IV in the 18th century, converted into a minor port, and it was relevant port in 1848 and 1867 with the Second Mexican Empire. Now it is very important port for fishing activities. I believe that tourism could become a major tool if we know how to lead it. If not, it will not help to resilience or well-being. And this is a case that seems to be negative, but could certainly help us to reduce the impact that we're considering. This is the location of Cisal in regards to the main cities in the peninsula. You can see the capital city. It's a very small port, as you may see, and it was appointed magic town. In Mexico, magic towns are those that have that mass promotion of tourism in order to welcome tourism in large crowds. And this is a way that through this major promotion, life in Cisal was going to be improving. We're bringing well-being by bringing hundreds and hundreds of tourists here every day. And this was happening during the pandemic, you know, when the people were thinking about isolating themselves, they were receiving mass tourism. But nevertheless, the major surprise for the government officials was the reluctance of the population of Cisal to receive the tourists. We don't want tourists to come over. They're going to be damaging our environment. And of course, they're going to find clean beaches. But after receiving hundreds of persons every day, these beaches will no longer be clean, because not even the clean water supply services or sewage was going to allow the ecosystem in place and the situations with the arrival of tourism. So this leads us to review the situation of Cisal and the questions where what will happen with the conservation of our ecosystem, and which will be the strategies to preserve our sacred sites and our ecosystems, and in which way the people and the planet are going to be facing this economic prosperity as a result of tourism, because we were giving priority to an economic well-being, but not a global well-being, but where the quality of life is committed, and they're going to have a greater number of resources uh, of life, of cultural tourism. And well, ICOMOS is having a new cultural tourism charter, and we're seeing how we can incorporate these principles to these particular cases. But we can also cross this with our sustainable development goals, because goal 11 leads us to have safer, resilient, sustainable, and inclusive cities, and goal 11.4 to the protection of natural and cultural heritage. That what is happening in Cisal? How come we are having a life that is more resilient, more sustainable, if we are getting, because for all of the government officials to bring them money and crowds, that was the solution. But this is the moment where we should consider that the well-being of individuals is above any economic or political public policy implementation or benefit. So what are the most representative elements for them? And this is the way to understand which areas are for them their true cultural heritage. Also, we were able to check the customs office, the dock, the fort, the park, the church, and of course, as in tangible heritage, their traditional celebrations and festivities. People are not identified with the fact of being a magic town And as a matter of fact, they don't even agree, as it's shown within the graphs with this declaration. So, well, among other areas, that is given the lack of security, the fact of welcoming people from the outside was making them feel insecure. And it could increase the presence of minor crimes, the lack of water that was taking place, and also the visual and objective pollution or contamination of the urban environment. Now, what actions do you think are necessary to improve life in Sisal? Well, these are concepts. How to improve the life quality in a historic port without compromising the general well-being in a framework of development, of prosperity, but also in putting in the first level the common good and the dignity of all individuals. All sacred sites, as I was sharing with you, for all religions, are becoming spaces of hope. And these spaces of hope can only also act for sustainable development and growth as long as they are conducted in the appropriate way. Let me share with you two examples that in my professional practice have been very close to me. First of all, the missions of the Tarahumara in Chihuahua, Mexico. These Sierra Tarahumara, northern Mexico missions have become spaces that go beyond existentialism. They allow not only the immediate reduction of poverty, but also to reduce inequalities. But also, we have to say so, these are spaces for learning, where men and women can learn to coexist, where we can teach friendlier technologies with the planet, strengthen the farmland with a more sustainable vision. That means that if we want to increase a sustainable development for the towns and villages, we have to be there and listen to them. And these spaces that are invaluable treasures of our cultural heritage are the ideal spaces to share these strategies that perhaps are not so new, but are more urgent today for the benefit of all individuals. And this is the mission of San Ignacio Arareco. And this is the Raramuri area, and it's part of their daily lives. And in the Yucatan Peninsula, this is something I see every day, how these spaces become not only resilient spaces, but also spaces of resistance before a tourism that has dehumanized them, that takes photographs of them as if they're not human beings, as they're just an attraction to place a photograph on Instagram. Within this context, it's important to think that these old spaces that date 5 centuries have become community spaces for all of these communities, and also spaces of connection with West, because this is where they develop strategy. So to sell our products at a fair price, of course, directly. And well, what happens with whatever they used to sell, and now we get all of this and it comes to our home, and it helps us to get food of better quality, and it helps them receive fair pay for their work. So then there are fair trade products. They are areas of opportunity to lead sustainable growth within rural communities. And this can be done, of course. Cultural heritage is a guarantee of resilience and well-being. Why so? Because the spaces that we have bring us back to our mind what as mankind we have been capable of achieving. And having this idea in mind, we may think that given the challenges of this millennium, we may come out of these, because we have done so and we shall continue doing so. But now, with the lens of a sustainable development that will direct our view to a better future for all peoples and all persons. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Raul, for that. It's really heartening what you're doing in Sisal. Okay, so now I was told earlier that in Mexico, lunch is quite late. At 3 o'clock, it's okay. But if you allow us, we will probably extend 10 more minutes to have a conversation, because I think it's quite important that we discuss these issues. So the first Olympia, unfortunately, she left, but we can have no, she's is still here, but she's leaving. We can have a general discussion on these topics. Number one is I think Yolo, can you share the screen? Okay. Okay. So when we discuss, think about the things that were covered, education and heritage. Do you think it is relevant? Of course, I mean, well, I don't want to be biased, of course, but that's number one. At what age do you think education for culture and heritage should be implemented? So that's one question. Number two is about digital transformations. Mario said about the use of technologies. If we can have it cheaper, is it possible to actually make it cheaper? Is there any resource that is available out there? Brittany provided some information on her work as well, and her ideas on inclusive social development, and how inclusive is the development of, do we keep all stakeholders, or how do we do that, right? And for climate action, there was a challenge that was provided by Angelica on, can cultural heritage be part of the carbon counting? How do we get involved in that? Do we have the capacity for it? And lastly, for resilience, there was a religious site that was provided as a means of hope, right? Our only religious sites as places of hope. Is there any other possibilities for us to bring that kind of hope to other places as well? We will have a general conversation. You say, maybe what we do, we still have our facilitators here. Maybe I can ask James, and Francesca is here as well. Any of these thoughts, what do you think about it? And share us your views. Does anyone have some current points, or do you want to? Okay, Maria first. Yeah.
Gracias. Gracias, Gabriel. Yo pienso que siempre cuando nos hacemos estas preguntas, y como
whenever we ask these questions ourselves, Gabriel, I think we should ask ourselves, what's ICOMOS' role in these type of questions? Because obviously, ICOMOS is not the custodian of a site or the representative of the communities. ICOMOS is a professional organization. I believe that what is positive about ICOMOS is it creates a report that might be technical and academic, but from here on, we can create science. And with the 4 topics that we have touched, this is present. We had last week a presentation in Canada, and we were talking about carbon emissions and what does it mean to take this decision of, for example, removing a historic bridge, but not only how sad we will be as professionals of heritage, but the pollution just to build a new bridge. I believe that ICOMOS, that's a strong part of it. I mean, we're a technical organization, and we provide as an advisory committee our ideas, and that's one of the major things of having this type of meetings like the one we are hosting at this moment.
Does that, right? So we are a professional organization, but the community that we serve, what do you think? I think Saul had something to say. Okay, hold on.
Bien, en relación a lo que decía Brittany, tuvimos el año pasado un caso complejo.
Last year, in relation to what Brittany said last year at Teotihuacan, which is a World Heritage Site, in which the society invited us and kept on pushing us in order to stop the destruction of about 7 hectares of the archaeological site. But it was the society that promoted this. The National Anthropology and History Institute had their works the first time, the second time, the third time. And it was not until the society, together with ICOMOS, was able to stop the work that was been done. But it was a destruction. You visited Teotihuacan last week, and it was a destruction of 7 hectares with structures that were made. We don't know if they were made by the Teotihuacan civilization, but they had already put walls, and the society was very close with us. Another case is the Museum of the Mummies in Guanajuato. The new technologies, we are now safeguarding about almost 6,848,000 square meters at the urban area in Mexico City. But these are murals made by O'Gorman and by Chavez Morado. And given the new technologies, we are doing a full scanning, because if these buildings will collapse, at least we will have a record. So yes, all of these elements and new technologies are critical at this point.
Brittany, yeah. Oh, you wanted to, okay. You wanted to say something? Okay. Okay.
Efectivamente, estamos ante una nueva manera de visualizar nuestro
Yes, with a way of looking at our heritage. We have extended our view, and it's no longer a monument. This concept is now a heritage. We have changed where only the government officials were in charge. We're all in charge. We have switched from the fact of knowing where this heritage comes from the major artists or creators, to the community that is producing every day elements of heritage that are important to preserve for the survival and for sustainability of all of the peoples. We have changed our way of thinking in isolated ways to think about interconnected actions. This interconnection with the monument, with the heritage, the community, the physical environment, the cultural landscape, the space around it. We cannot give solutions that are partial or specific at some points. And I believe that these technical bodies, if they take charge of visualizing all of these relations that are fully interconnected, and that we cannot see that we need to create this new experts. So they will study, analyze, create the inventories of our heritage in an interconnected way. This is a temporary element. There is heritage that you can see it during a season of the year, and it's no longer there during the rest of the year. It's been very difficult to integrate this heritage within the understanding and the protection of our heritage. All of this heritage is very relevant because it is embedded with the tradition, and it is the result of the activities of the different communities. This heritage is not only heritage that can be seen, but it is a generator and developer of the economy of the communities. The temporary heritage is a new icon where we should generate all of the necessary elements with these technical bodies to start with this major inventory that leads us to consider these elements that should be protected. Well, through what? That is yet to be decided once we find all of the elements where the heritage will have a most relevant position within the Mondiacult agenda and the world's agenda.
Other thoughts, because I'm looking at the lady who asked a question earlier and about citizens' action and what can we do. But does anyone have any other ideas to share, because we can go back to citizens' action. The role of citizens and people, and I think Olga had a question, presented the site of Chinampas earlier on what can we do, right? For me, which I look at for ICOMOS, I look at the sustainable development, and we need to go beyond what we know, right? And to understand that we are part of a bigger context of solutions. The solutions that we provide for climate, the solutions that we provide for sustainable development. As Maria said, interconnected actions are important. But if, let's say, we think that this is the role that we play, we have to also exchange with other people. So let's say for the Chinampas, the question of is, if you put the question of agriculture as, let's say, we see it now as a World Heritage Site, right? But is the agricultural department involved in providing solutions? Are we saying to them that we have to take this as question as a food problem? If you have it as a food problem rather than a heritage problem, then maybe the ministry that is involved in food will say, yes, we need that. We need to find another type of solution. Science can come in and say, scientists who believe that the loss of food will be an important issue for Mexico. So I think to go beyond that question of outstanding universal value, but the greater value of the work, the heritage in other spheres is important. Raul said about religious sites as a place of peace, right? Can we change our perspective in order for us to create those important connections wherein heritage becomes a bigger component of our lives? So I think that's the main thing. If Olga, you wanted to say something? Yeah, okay. Angelica, also, if you wanted to say something, and Raul, please just shout out and say something. Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay.
Did you want to say something, Angelica? Did you want to say something? Hello, Angelica?
Please go ahead.
Oh, yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, then it's Olga. It's Olga.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Just really quickly. Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
Thank you. Es que lo que hemos visto y en varias problemáticas mundiales.
What we have seen with different global problems, this is the fact. We're sorry, but we are not getting a good connection. Her voice is cutting off. We're sorry.
Estoy con mala. ¿Me escuchan, Gab? Are you listening to me?
We cannot hear your full voice. It gets cut off.
So sorry. To you, right? Can you read it later? Sorry.
We can try again.
Okay. ¿Me escucha de ahí? Are you listening to me right now?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. Lo que decía es que
what I was saying, the need of making culture a cross-cutting element in regards to heritage and the problems of mankind, it is proven that it certainly can bring us closer to the communities and territories. And not only climate change, but it has to do with many other problems that have to do with the location, poverty, and many of the SDGs. They need culture to be a cross-cutting element. What actually means is that we think, and I'm talking about Climate Heritage Network, that we need to include cultural pertinence in each of the approaches of the different communities, so we can, so this small step of the projects conducted from climate heritage that will allow us to be much closer to solutions. On the one hand, the ones that are taking place and being settled already from the territories, but also to consider new topics from the national or international perspective, taking into account the cultural pertinence. This is what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Angelica. I think that's very important. Olga? And then after Olga, if anyone wants to have something or we can eat, we can do that. Yeah. Okay, then Olga.
Gracias, gracias, Gabriel. Quería comentar que
I want to share with you that, as a matter of fact, it is true that in 2015, within the important, Xochimilco was included in the important food heritage sites as a possibility for the future by FAO in 2015. And all of the conservation studies have to do with this. There is a problem of how to sell and trade their produce, how to everything regarding their food products. At the beginning of the 20th century, the national channel from Xochimilco will get to the downtown area in Mexico City, and produce were traded there. Now this channel has been closed, and therefore now they're sent to the central area, and they are traded by major distributors that are commercializing these products in different ways. This is one of the major problems. And yes, the Chinampero system would provide food to 250,000 inhabitants in pre-Hispanic times. And that was the real wealth of this. And this is what we want to promote again.
Okay, so I think we will get to know more of the Chinampas tomorrow. Last one, yes, okay. And then we eat, yes? Okay. I'm coming from a country where like 3 o'clock is a little bit too late for lunch, but let's go for the last one. Maybe
Estaba pensando en estos últimos comentarios
I'm thinking about the last comments by what Bretton said about the relevance of having an active participation of the population or the communities, and also what was said by Mario Santana regarding what is the role that ICOMOS has. And I find very meaningful this, because in this recognition that ICOMOS is doing a role coming from expertise, and we have, on the other hand, this expectation to have a participation of the population. I mean, it's really a comment to see what you have to say. But I see that the challenge in some cases, as I have been able to see in Mexico, it has to do with the fact that one of the main hurdles to implement all of these principles, one of the issues that commonly happens is that the authority images where the expertise takes place is where you expect that response of what is right to come out from. Even these narratives of why things are important, where is the historic value, where it comes from, and the different dimensions of value. And this is why sometimes persons do not feel empowered as to open up their narrative regarding what they think that is important. So from their perspective, how can we lower this?
That's a very difficult question, but there's a response here. Yeah. Oh,
Gracias. No sé si alguien quiera dar una respuesta a lo del comentario. I have a comment in regards to your concern. The happiness index, and we hear that people in Finland are very happy even though it's very cold. How this happy index is done? It's done through surveys, and surveys developed by scientists to assess the value of happiness. And there is a group in Nepal that is using this to assess the impact of tourists whenever they visit the mount in Nepal, the mount and the mount that mountain precisely, and is using a scientific technique to assess what is the opinion and the participation of the community. I think that this type of things is the type of things that ICOMOS could do by using these tools that go beyond romanticism or nostalgia. I'm an engineer, and quite often when I listen to my colleagues regarding heritage, that there's a lot of emotion involved in their opinions. But heritage is part of that. It's natural. But if we have to take decisions, decisions have to be based on scientific evidence. One of the colleagues was talking about the surveys in Merida and what the community said. And he brought this voice as an expert of ICOMOS, and this community voice, he took it to people who are more responsible in decision making. We don't want tourists here, but I believe that that is the relevance of ICOMOS, the scientific answer to try to involve the community within the decisions in a way that is correct and that we can prove. Or what Olga was saying, this type of discourses, because if the products do not provide a benefit to the community, let's try it out. No. And we have to prove everything and do so in any given moment.
Okay, what we can do, I know that it's getting very interesting in the topic. Our online colleagues have been there for 4 hours, and I think my suggestion, we thank our translators, we thank our colleagues. We can have a conversation here or through lunch, and to have more of these ideas, so that we continue this discussion. It is important to really have these important dialogues, because we are here. We need to bring these voices back to the meeting that will happen on the 28th. Mario will be speaking. We have 2 minutes, but of course we will meet ministers of culture in different parts of the world, and let's have that conversation. But I would have to I would suggest that we cut the online conversations and let Angelica and Raul and the rest of the colleagues rest, and we continue our conversations. And we also thank our partners, Seminario de Cultura, and also our translators, the Ministry of Culture, and maybe do a formal cut-off and then extend our conversations. So Maria, we can have that.
Pues no me queda más que agradecer.
Let me just thank all of our partners, collaborators, and allies, and all the sponsors that have allowed us to host this forum and tomorrow's forum. Thank you very much to the Ministry of Culture of the Government of Mexico, to the Seminar of Mexican Culture that today is welcoming us in this beautiful venue. and is offering us this hospitality for this forum. Carleton University, the Italian Institute of Culture, Dante Alighieri, the groups of heritage at the center of ICOMOS, Culture 21, the National Institute of Anthropology and History, the National Institute of Fine Arts, Mexico, the Sustainable Development Group of ICOMOS, and ICOMOS, Mexico's chapter, ICOMOS, because we have jointly worked these fora together. Not only today, we've been working for 10 months, and today we want to thank and express our gratitude for your participation and for hosting this forum, this fora, and we thank you so much for being present here today.
For the wonderful activities of Maria said we had 10 months, so there was a joke yesterday that we already had a baby together after 10 months. So thank you very much for everyone. So thank you for the online colleagues who have joined us, and it was much appreciated that we are doing a hybrid event. It's very difficult to do that, but wonderful. Thanks for participation. Okay, so now so if we can cut the transmission and we can have a relax. So do you want to ask your question or no? You're okay. Olga?
No, it wasn't. I was answering something.
Okay, that's fine.
Wonderful. Yes, I wanted to say, perdón, quería comentar que hay en ICOMOS hemos llevado a cabo talleres participativos.
We have had participating workshops at ICOMOS with children and adults. And with this participating workshops, we have...
I'll translate quickly afterwards.
Ya cortamos la traducción.
They're still there? You can still...
Yes, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay.
Yes, go on. Sí.
Perdón. Entonces, estos talleres participativos...
These participating workshops have allowed us, just to share with you an example, to have territorial planning in Zacatecas in 4 municipalities. And in these, we bring together the information of the territorial leaders with the information that we have obtained directly from the community in order to place them within the policies and strategies that will be used in this urban developing plan. And I am very proud of the outcome. Mainly, and also the case is the same in Xochimilco. Also, the children work in an extraordinary way in other participations. And they told us what they were imagining. So there are instruments in place.
So it was very good conversation. So I offer that we go down for lunch finally, so that we can have a more fruitful discussions over some food. Okay, thank you very much, everyone.